remove one die from the cup, and each player rolls one die to the right of the board. On this case, it's a double 5, so it's a re-roll. For the roll to be valid, the die has to land flat on the field. If it's on top of a checker, it's a re-roll. If it's on top of a bar or the frame, it's a re-roll. Or if it's cocked on its side, it's a re-roll. It must land flat on the field. In this case, it's a 4-1, and red has the higher number, and he starts the game with a 4-1. He plays the aggressive 13-9, 6-5 and slots. Picks his dice up, indicating the end of his move, and then yellow rolls 2 dice. A double 6 on this occasion, a tremendous number. He plays 2 checkers to the bar point and 2 checkers to the back point. Essentially, this game is a race. You are trying to get all of your checkers into your home board. This is your home board. But because the checkers move in different directions, one player plays clockwise, the other player plays anti-clockwise, because of this differing direction, a conflict occurs where checkers come into conflict with other checkers. A single checker can be hit and has to go on the bar and can only re-enter in the opponent's home board. In other words, it's almost like going back to the beginning in Ludo. It has to start a long way back and it has to work its way round. The objective of the game is to get all your checkers into your home board. That was a false move, by the way. You can't move across this side of the board. You can only move this way round, but I'm just assuming they've come that way round. You want to get all your checkers into your home board like this and start bearing them off. Once you've got all of your checkers into your home board, and only when they are all in your home board, can you start bearing off. The bear off is determined by the rolls of the dice. If you roll a 6, you can take a checker off the 6 point. If you roll a 5, one off the 5 point, and so on. And the idea is that you get all of your checkers off before your opponent gets all of his checkers off. If you get all of your checkers off before your opponent has any of his checkers off, this is called a gammon, and you win twice as many points. 2 points if the cube is still in the middle. If the cube is on 2, then they would win 4 points for a gammon. And about 1% of the time, a backgammon occurs. And a backgammon is when yellow has managed to take all of his checkers off, and red still has 1 checker or more left in yellow's home quarter of the board. For example, in this situation, yellow rolls a 5-4, takes these 2 checkers off, and because this checker is still here, he has won a backgammon, which is 3 times the value of the cube. 3 points if the cube is in the middle, 6 points if it's on 2, 12 points if it's on 4, and so on. These are just some of the basics of the game, and I hope that's been of some help. Okay, we're going to take a look at all of the opening rolls and the correct plays for those opening rolls. There are only 15 of them. There being 36 rolls of the dice. 6 of them are doubles. Since you can't start with a double, that leaves 30 rolls, all of which are duplicated, so therefore only 15 different rolls. So let's take a look at all of them. 2-1 for yellow. He would bring a checker down from the 13 point to the 11 point, and he would slot from 6 to 5 with the 1. Alternatively, he can split at the back. Not a huge difference between these two plays. Largely a question of style and what type of a game you want to provoke. Personally, I prefer the slot. This is known as a slot. 3-1, a complete no-brainer, and the best opening roll you can get. You make your 5 point. The golden point. Paul McGreal's book, 1975. Barter your soul, sell your wife, but make your 5 point. Complete no-brainer, the 3-1, you make your 5 point. 4-1, much the same as the 2-1, 1 checker down from the midpoint, and either slot your 5 point or split at the back. Not a huge difference between these plays, just a question of style, which one you prefer, and what you think of your opponent. Do you want a complicated game? Do you want an easy game? 5-1, quite similar. You can slot with a 5-1. It's slightly incorrect. Generally, you would split from the back with the 5-1. 6-1, again, a bit of a no-brainer. You just make your bar point. 6-1, make it like that if you like. 3-2, 2 checkers down from the midpoint. Candidate play is also to bring 1 down and split from the back, either like that or like that. Personally, I prefer 2 checkers down from the midpoint. 4-3, much the same, 2 checkers down from the midpoint. Alternatively, 1 checker down with a 4, split with a 3, or 1 checker down with a 3 and split with a 4. Personally, I prefer 2 checkers down. 5-3, you make an inner board point. The books in the 70s suggested that you should bring 2 checkers down like this. We now know this is incorrect, and that making a point in board at any match score is the correct opening play with a 5-3. Then the 3-6, out with a 6, down with a 3. This looks more vulnerable than it really is, but this is the correct play for 6-3. Some people prefer to run, but this really does very little to improve yellow's position, and almost a third of the time this checker gets hit, and very limited return shots for yellow when this checker does get hit. Correct play with a 6-3, 1 checker out and 1 checker down. The 4-2, continuing our theme of making inner board points when you possibly can. You make your 4 point. Nothing really to discuss there. No other play to consider with an opening 4-2. It's an excellent number, almost as good as an opening 3-1. Then the 4-5, 2 checkers down would be wrong. This time it's correct to split from the back, but again the difference is not huge, largely determined by the opponent, evaluation analysis, and what type of game you want to provoke. The 6-4 is probably the most contentious of all opening rolls. You can make your 2 point. You can run 1 checker all the way from the back, or the aggressive play, 1 checker out and 1 checker down. This provokes a lot of contact, a blot hitting contest that the superior player is likely to win because the plays become much more complex and technical. If you're playing a weaker player, you want to play the advanced play. If you're playing a stronger player, you want to play the simple play. And in my view, if you're 2 points away from victory in a match or 4 points away from victory in a match, you want to make your 2 point. Why do you want to make your 2 point? Because if you're 2 or 4 points away, a gammon can win you the match. If you're 2 points away from victory, an undoubled gammon is the most efficient way to win the match with the least risk, and making your 2 point slightly reduces your percentage wins, but it increases the number of gammons that you win. So at 2 away or 4 away from victory, make your 2 point with the 6-4 opening. 5-2, 2 checkers down from the midpoint. Some people like to split. I don't care for it myself. This is rather vulnerable to 3-3 and 5-5. Admittedly, excellent response rolls for red under all circumstances. But I like to get a checker down and bearing on the 5 point. This is the point I want to make early on in the game. That's the 5-2, and now the 5-6, completely standard. Not much to think about here. This roll even has a name. It's called Lover's Leap. 5-6, just play from the 24 point to the 13 point. And finally 6-2, same as the 6-3, out with 1 and down with 1. Much weaker just to continue trying to run this, and much weaker, although not that much weaker, to slot your 5 point. Remember, this gets hit a little over a third of the time, and if it doesn't get hit, you are a good favourite to be able to make this point, because you can make it with all 1s, 3s and 8s. So with the 6-2, that concludes all of the opening rolls. I hope this has been of some help. Okay, we've looked at the 15 opening rolls and how to play them. Of course, for all the 15 opening rolls, there are 21 responses, because because you can respond in a second roll situation with a double. You can't open with a double. So there are 15 opening rolls and 21 different response rolls. 21 times 15 means 315. So I'm just going to look at a couple of them here that tend to get misplayed.
Hello everybody, happy Saturday. And I figured a good first Saturday back in quite some time would be to play some board games. So we're going to be playing, hold on, let me set the timer. 1, 2, 0. Yeah, that's more like it. Hey everybody, how you doing? Yep, so, yep. We're going to be playing Mario Party, Superstars, and Backgammon for the most extreme whiplash within a single genre possible. We're both playing video board games, and one's just a modern game, just a year old, and the other's between 500 and 5,000 years old, depending on how far back you want to count it. Hey, Kalaka Boy, happy Saturday to you too. And let's jump right into it. Oh man, it's so nice being able to just hit that button and just jump to it. So we're going to just start the timer right here. I'll be playing as Luigi. I set the computer difficulty on. There's a mode I never realized was here called like brutal mode or expert or extreme mode or something like that. So we're gonna be playing Peach's Birthday Cake with really high difficulty. And then just a little info I'm dropping in chat there about my next stream. It's going to be dropping in chat probably about 15-20 seconds before you actually hear me talk about it. But that's when the next stream is currently scheduled for. I believe I balanced... Hey, and you know, the cool thing is, we'll be able to soon play the original Mario Party via Nintendo Switch Online. I have lots of plans for the N64 stuff via Nintendo Switch Online. There's some stuff I was going to play via Virtual Console and Wii U, but just having it be playable on Switch makes it so much more convenient. Now, for me, the game audio is barely above a whisper. I could adjust it, if I could fine-tune that with the volume on my microphone, which is what my headphones here, which regular just hardwired like iPod style headphones into my Samsung microphone. And but for all of you watching, the audio should be balanced good. If it's not, I haven't had, in all my testing I've done, I haven't had that weird phenomenon where it'll start sounding like I'm talking through like a robot voice filter or something like that. I haven't had that happen. I know that was happening a lot during like the Kirby's Adventure stream that I had right before I did Kirby in the Forgotten Land. Wow, that was almost a year ago. That was back in March, and it's October. That's scary. All right, we're not gonna get into the lore of all this. We're just gonna jump straight through. So the videos were useful. Yeah, it's interesting. I got a lot of positive feedback after the fact of the stream, and it turns out basically there was one person who was actually familiar with Backgammon and probably was much more of a hardcore player than I ever am. But basically all my repeat viewers were people who were just knew that Backgammon existed and weren't really familiar with it. So apparently between the videos and my own explanation, I was able to give them a pretty good idea of how it worked. There's more interesting insight I got from an outsider perspective that I'll maybe share when we get to that part of the stream. Oh my goodness, I actually rolled the smallest number. I prefer personally to get one of the middle two spots, because when you get the middle two spots, like when you're first or last, like being first is strategically advantageous, but when you're first or last, you have this long stretch of gameplay relatively where you have to play the mini game, then you have to play your turn. Whereas if you're in an actual party setting with multiple people, you're sitting around eating pizza or pretzels or whatever, in that case, you actually can, have a little more time to, just pick up your drink or go grab another slice of pizza or whatever you need to do. Or glance at your phone or whatever. Yeah, the John Clark videos, they give a good... I have those running during the stream. During the title screen. my opening hold screen and during my break screen, they give you a good sense of how it's played. But at the same time, I guess the sort of Vegas-like setting in which he's playing backgammon makes it sound like so. And plus, I guess maybe his accent too, to consider some of the cultural implications. Just him having the accent. It just makes it all seem a lot more, maybe... I was worried that video might be a little...
One of them is correct.
Excuse me, that is not Mario Party. Yeah, it might seem a little excessively sophisticated, I guess you could say. I'm just tweaking my layout very slightly. Just want to move that a couple of pixels over. Just have to move a couple more. Now, this, like, these little tweaks like that to my interface while I'm live. That's something I would never have dared attempt. Before I cleaned up my Streamlabs and got my new RAM. Yeah, I never thought that Mario Party Superstar, that the original Mario Party 1 would ever make it to Nintendo Switch Online. Because of the joystick rotation minigames, they never offered that minigame that Mario Party game on the Wii or Wii U Virtual Console or in any digital re-release form, but Nintendo actually, I guess the path was sort of open for that. Once Nintendo, when I was playing this game and saw they actually brought back the stick rotation minigames, and the problem with the stick rotation minigames, for those who are not familiar, is that back in the 90s, a lot of kids, teens, and college folk were using their palm on the analog stick to rotate it rapidly, because that was the most efficient way to rotate the stick. Oh wow, I survived that. But that created a situation where lots of players were causing blisters to form on the base of their palms that would eventually start bleeding, and Nintendo had to issue like special gloves for people who had the game. And you could send away for them for free, and by rotating the stick with the glove on, it protected your palm. But because of the very concrete health and safety concerns about that, they never released, like when on the Wii, they released Mario Party 2, and I don't think they released 3. They only released 2 on the Wii, and I never thought that they would release Mario Party 1 on the Virtual Console or Switch Online or any equivalent service. But when they brought this Mario Party game is a few boards from N64 era and GameCube era, and they threw in a lot of maps from a lot of mini games from the N64 and GameCube era Mario Party games. And when those included some of those Mario Party 1 mini games, like there were about half or a third of the mini games that were in Mario Party 2 also appeared in Mario Party 1. But when they adapted those games, they changed it up so that the games that were previously okay, we only rolled a 1, but we did get we're gonna get something cool out of this, hopefully, from this roulette. Okay, 15 coins. Make up for not winning that last mini game. Yeah, the fact that the mini games from Mario Party 1 they brought into Mario Party 2, they changed them so that they would require to mash on the A and B. They have to press A and B alternating or press A and B simultaneously. They reworked all the games that use the stick rotation mechanic to not have those health and safety dangers anymore. So with the fact that they brought those mini games back, this is basically a bonus game. Oh goodness. I'm not... Oh my goodness, I am not doing that great. But, okay. Yeah, Mario made out great, because he got a couple of coin bags that drifted right into him right at the end. I can tell already, I'm gonna get creamed. These computer players are really, really challenging. Now, yeah, so the fact that they brought back those Mario Party 1 minigames into this when they had, like, when you're talking about the Virtual Console, it would take a lot of work to reprogram Mario Party 1 to not have those stick rotation minigames. You have to reprogram, write new dialogue for the rules. It would have been a mess. But when it comes to this, they're rebuilding the minigames from the ground up. They had the opportunity to, if they wanted to, change some of those stick rotation minigames to Mario Party 1 and have them be, button press minigames. But instead they brought them back in their analog stick form with a disclaimer on screen saying, do not use use your thumb to rotate the stick, don't use the palm of your hand. And so once they brought that back, I guess I should have considered that the gates were now open to have the Mario Party 1 reappear in digital form. But the downside of the fact that with Switch Online, it's a subscription service, you have access to a bank of games Nintendo could add to or take away from at any time. Like with the Virtual Console and Wii U, 3DS, you bought a game, a digital game, that game is now on your system. Now if let's say, like I had, on the perfect example, on the 3DS, I had Tetris for Game Boy on the Virtual Console. Eventually, Nintendo lost the rights to be able to have that version of Tetris up there, because Ubisoft, I think, signed a deal with the Tetris company to have exclusive rights to publish Tetris games. So at that point, Nintendo had to take the Game Boy version of Tetris off the eShop. But I could still play the digital version of Tetris I purchased. On the other hand, so I've never seen this minigame, but okay, save till the time runs out. Be careful not to fall into a hole. I'll finish this real quick. So. I'll practice on the screen. Oh man, these are... Okay, so different squares have a different countdown on them. Okay, I see how this is gonna work. Alright. So, if Nintendo's bringing back Mario Party 1... If there start being lots of widespread reports of people using their hands, the palm of their hand to, oh no, okay, I thought I had enough time to jump, but, like, once it hit 0, it, like, paralyzed my character and I couldn't even jump. But if, let's say they put this out on Nintendo Switch Online, Mario Party 1, and you start seeing lots of reports, like, oh, like, gamers are cutting their hands on the controllers, using their palm to rotate the stick again. If that starts happening, Nintendo can just press a button, make Mario Party 1 go away from Nintendo Switch Online, and I can't play it anymore, and that's that. So that's the downside of, having the subscription model. Now, the upside is that I play this flat rate, and I can access all the games that are up there without having to buy each game individually, because they are on the number, like, for instance, now I don't regret doing this, I knew what I was getting in for, Stinger for NES. I downloaded that to the Wii U, I purchased that on the eShop. And I enjoyed playing that. Now, the game was so ridiculously difficult because the problem with Stinger is a good game. It's not a bad game. But the problem is that game's bullet patterns and enemy patterns are arranged with 3 players simultaneous cooperative gameplay in mind. On Famicom. Now, the NES can only have 2 players. So now you have 2 players with a layout that's with a challenge, with stages that are designed with 3 players in mind. Now I'm playing single player, so I'm basically playing against an arrangement of enemies and hazards that are designed for 3 players being able to take this challenge on at once. So I'm playing by myself. So the game was almost impossible. It was ridiculously hard, but it was a fun stream because what I ended up doing was I basically was like, listen, there's no way I could beat this. I'm never playing this again. Let's totally save scum. And use the restore point function on the Wii U Virtual Console to basically play the game several seconds at a time, as though I was doing a what would be called a tool-assisted speedrun of the game. Because you could only survive a few seconds at a time. I don't know how any kid back in the 80s was able to get through that. Yeah, because I know, like, NES, especially because they're derived from arcade games, there's a reputation of NES games being a lot harder than modern games, just because that's how things were back then. But even among those games, and especially those side-scrolling space shooters that are especially known for their difficulty, Stinger is something else. That game, but like I said, it was the Famicom version had 3 player simultaneous multiplayer, and the NES version of the game only supported up to 2 players, and I was playing the game by myself. Why? I do not want to subscribe to doggone. What's it? I just got a weird. Thing just popped up trying to get me to subscribe to what's that thing called? Grammarly, because I'm writing an English background, so I get a lot of ads for stuff like that, and it's. Yeah, Grammarly is, yeah, it could be kind of ridiculous. Like, I heard a story of a homeschool student, and the system their parents were using, they were using a part of this homeschooling curriculum was this service that grades papers, and it grades papers by accessing Grammarly. And Grammarly will always mark something wrong if you use passive voice. So he was writing something about, like, I don't know, a famous person. Let's say, like, I think it was Sigmund Freud, I don't know. And he wanted to write Sigmund Freud's Sigmund Freud was diagnosed with cancer. And Grammarly, being a robot, not a human being, was like, oh, you're using passive voice. That is stylistically incorrect. You must always use active voice. So it was giving him points off until he wrote, that, like, he had to write something bizarre, like Sigmund Freud's doctors diagnosed. He had to write something obtuse in a way that normal people don't speak to avoid using passive voice. And it's like, I don't begrudge tools that could help people who don't, who English or writing style or grammar is not their forte. But some of these systems run a risk of having everyone just have very samey writing, and just by, like, the computer can just tell if something's passive voice or active voice. It can't tell, oh, this is how people actually talk in real life, and there's nothing wrong or incorrect or lazy about having written it the way the student was writing it. Oh, I'm gonna need every coin I could get in this game. So that's 30. I don't know if I forgot if that's 32 coins for each of us or 32 coins divided amongst us. Alright, so it's 32 for each of us. And Mario Party 1, I'm very sure it would have worked as 32 coins divided. Now, when Pilot Wings just came out on Nintendo 64, it's Nintendo Switch Online app a day or two ago, I don't know how soon I think Mario Party 1 and 2 are supposed to come out for the end of the year. And frankly, when Mario Party 2 comes out, well, Mario Party 1 is... When I play Mario Party 1 on Nintendo Switch Online, when that comes out and I play it on stream, that will basically... It will actually, not even basically, but it will literally be the first time I've played that game since 1999. Because once Mario Party 2 came out, I basically never rented that game again. I might have rented Mario Party 1 once in 2000, and even by 2000, I was so used to Mario Party 2 that I was thinking, wow, I cannot believe how dated this first game feels compared to Mario Party 2. But I remember, like, circa, like, 2000, like, I was starting college-ish around, like, 2004, 5-ish. That was back when you could get Nintendo 64 games dirt cheap from GameStop. And I got a few games at that point. I got Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. I got... I didn't get Mario Party 2. I got Majora's Mask, Legend of Zelda. A few games I'd only rented before that. And even by 2004 or 5, I was like, oh, wow, this old game, I finally could play it. Because back in the day, those games were expensive. I could only rent them. And Mario Party 1 was one of the games I intended to get, but I just never got around to. I remember getting... I got my copy of Pokemon Gold for like $20 or something like that. They were giving those games away at the time. So at this point, I have like at least, I think I have 2 or 3 copies of Pokemon Gold in English and 1 Japanese copy. Yes, I will be taking that star. Thank you very much. I'm gonna give myself like a 70% chance of, no, like 70% chance of losing. I have like a 20% chance of winning. These AIs are really tough. Oh, times 2. We're doubling the stakes. Now this is interesting. This is a mini game from Mario Party 1 that used the analog stick rotation to... Yeah, it used the... Okay, it even says... Okay, because I'm very certain this minigame was in Mario Party 1, but as you can see in the upper right, we're playing the Mario Party 2 version of it. Which, in the Mario Party 2 version, this is one of the minigames they adapted from using the analog stick rotation to using... Now, in Mario Party 2, I could never get this game to work that well. There's just something weird about the timing of it that just... Alright, let's see if I could actually... I forgot that this minigame was even in this Mario Party. But one cool thing is they actually make the mecha fly guys look like toys. Whereas in Mario Party 2, they really just look like regular fly guys with the twisting keys in the back. Wow, am I actually... Oh, I came so close to actually winning. Because I'm usually... In Mario Party 2, I'm never good at this minigame, frankly. I cannot... How have we been playing for 20 minutes already? See, like... I chose 20 turns. I think 15 turns it estimated being a 30-minute game, and once I played it, and it took more than an hour. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna assume that these are... these estimations are... Well, yeah, the game kind of underestimates how long these games will take to play. So this should take, theoretically, about 2 hours, I think. Mario is getting owned by Yoshi. The minigame, the AIs, all of but the best AI I've ever played against a Mario Party game. But I am in first place right now, by way of coin count. Hello, please. I have to stop. There's something going on with my my mouse where I want to click it once, but it counts as clicking twice. And I tried to mess with my mouse settings. I really can't figure out what's happening. Nice. Will I buy something? Custom dice block. Whatever. This is a... I will buy that. I will buy that. Okay. Hey, 4 players. We could have got a 1v3. Yeah, the thing about these games... Okay. There have been several versions of these block drop puzzle games in different Mario Party games, and they all look very similar but have completely different rules. Like the Mario Party Advance one... Oh my gosh, look at the way the computers are playing. Oh my goodness. Okay, I was like... That happened so abruptly that I swore I lost. I was like, how did they get 100 points already? No, they actually just... they just all lost by filling up their playboard. That's strange. I thought they would have been playing better than that. They were certainly playing fast, and I was like, oh no, I have no chance. But apparently they're playing fast, but not good. It's kind of... And I never did notice this last time I played this game, but I just noticed the sequence on those signs saying which direction the path goes. That's a pretty cool touch. I mean, losing 10 coins, that's a pretty tame, thing to land on when you land on the Bowser space, but... I want to scoot over a bit so I'm a bit more in the center of my camera. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. And it's a little funny because... how I've centered my view in the cropped webcam view is a little offset from where I have my cameras on top of my monitor. And yes, I do have 2 different webcams. I'm using my 1080p cam as my face camera. My original face cam was a 720p cam that I got secondhand for an inflated price because I got it right when everyone was dogging out the video conferencing supplies due to the COVID lockdowns. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll regular for this turn. You know, one cool thing I just considered. We could do a stream where we play... Yeah, thanks to Mario Party Superstars and the fact that Mario Party 1 and 2 are going to be on the N64 app on Switch Online, I'm going to be able to do a stream where I could play the original version of a board, then play the remix version here on Mario Party Superstars, which is going to be cool. Now, I've seen, when they announced Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 coming to Switch Online, I saw people complaining, saying, oh, what's the point? Oh, wow, I'm actually going to get diverted to the Bowser area. Yeah, I saw people complaining, oh, what's the point of having Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 on Switch Online when they have Mario Party Superstars? And I'm like, they're literally different games. If you can't understand the... That's like saying, what's the point of having Mario Party 2? I mean, what's the point of having, like, Mario Party... I mean, no, not Mario Party. What's the point of having Mario Odyssey when Mario 64 exists? They're just different titles. And Classic Boy saying you love All-Stars on Super NES. You know, it's funny, in 2001-ish, No, it must have been 2002, I think. Which was not that far removed from... Yeah, it was not at all that far removed. I'm carrying the water for the entire 1v3 team at this point. Oh no, I lost. We lost. Yeah, I had Super Mario RPG for Super NES, and then there was this kid down the street. Well, I mean, we weren't kids at that point. I got this fellow teenager down the street who had Super Mario All-Stars. And we temporarily traded for a while. And I was just thinking recently, for now, probably in early to mid-November. Actually, I need to look something up right now. I'll grab my phone. I don't want to mess with my computer. I just need to look up. When does...
Mario time.
When does Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? November 18th. Alright. So, on November 18th, I might as well... Yeah, I have to block out... I have to make the layout for Pokemon... of Violet. And I'm going to use Pokemon... Legends Arceus to do the sound balancing for Pokemon Violet in the hopes that... I mean, they're by the same publisher. The games are about a year apart, so hopefully they should have similar sound balancing. But what I want is... On the 18th, I'm going to start doing Pokemon, right? And, yeah, Pokemon Violet or Scarlet. And because of all the stuff that's also on the Switch, I'll be able to do things like have Versus Pinball as a warm-up game or a closeout game. Or an N64 game as a closeout game. He's going to force me to buy a useless item. Oh. Okay, I think... Am I mistaken? Okay. Yeah, so he made me overpay for an item that I actually can use, so... And I'm possibly going to get a third item for my trouble. Oh. I think I made out pretty good, actually. Yeah, Super Mario All-Stars and Super NES. So I traded my copy... I temporarily traded my Mario RPG cartridge for his Mario All-Stars. And it was interesting because I had already played the Super Mario... Yeah, I already played the Super Mario advanced version of Super Mario Brothers 2, so it was cool being able to play. It was cool being able to play the Super Nintendo version and see how how better, but also, yeah, just the differences between those two versions of the game. Because I think it was very clear that, I think the audio in Super Mario. I know people say, like, oh, the audio on Game Boy Advance was so inferior to Super Nintendo, but if you compare Super Mario Brothers 2 on Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo, I like the way both of those soundtracks sound, but I feel like it sounds a little better on Game Boy Advance. Now, and eventually I traded it back to him. Now, Super Mario... no, that's what I was getting at. That's what got me into looking up when the new Pokemon games are coming out. There are a lot of games I want to play, but Pokemon Ruby... the new Pokemon games are going to be one of those games that I'm going to be playing regularly for a while. And once I guess I'm done with... I'm going to at least... I understand it. I didn't look too deep into this. I'm relatively spoiler-free on this. I'm not really following all the updates and trailers, because I really don't go out of my way to look at updates and news and teasers for games I know I'm already going to buy. I usually do that for games where I think I need more convincing. But I do know that there are apparently 3 or 4 different sort of main quest scenarios, and one of which is basically the traditional 8 gym badges quest from past Pokemon games, and then there are other things you can go for as well. It'll be interesting if I could do maybe complete one of those, probably the traditional gym quest type thing, and then maybe put it down for a while and then go back to it. Wish you had done the Zelda All-Stars of Zelda 1 and Adventures of Link. Now, it's kind of funny. The closest thing they'd done to that, they did a Zelda Game & Watch, which has, like, the original Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, and then the black and white Game Boy version of Link's Awakening. Yeah, and Link's Awakening, that's a game that I do want to play. But there's certain games that, well, I don't want to, once again, I don't want to talk myself out of a good deal here, but the people I'm I'm talking with that may potentially sponsor me, there's certain games that they are interested in me playing once, if we ever do, like, sign something or work out a formal deal to, have a partnership. And one of the games they're interested in me in playing is Link's Awakening. So there are certain games I am holding off on playing for that purpose. Alright, so we're basically doing a Battle Royale thing here. Yeah, and I have not played Link's Awakening, and by that I do mean the Switch version, but I do want to play the Game Boy version as well. Alright, so it's like a Battle Royale thing, but it's not the battle games from Mario Party 2. Okay, I see what's going on. Like, this is such a wacky scenario. The idea of just Mario, a giant Statue of Liberty in the shape of Mario where he's holding a giant ice cream, and then these 4 characters are on top. You know what? I wonder if this statue is in the harbor of New Donk City. That would be cool, but I don't think there's any serious lore considerations in regards to these mini games. Man, like, Yoshi really looks like he's having a fit over there. Like, yeah. I did not think I'd be in... I mean, I'm having a harder time with these minigames because the other character's AI is so strong, but I did not think that I'd be number 1. Let's see. Bombs away. This is the bombardment minigame. Yeah, the physics, like the sort of physics and logic of how the impacts, it's a little different than Mario Party 2, so it's a bit hazardous in my trying to play this like I'm playing Mario Party 2, plus the AI is a lot better than it was before. And then, oh no, I got a direct hit, I got knocked right off the island. In Mario Party 2, like, in the last seconds of the game, if there are multiple players left, there's a final big shot that the ship blasts at the island. You know, I just realized, yeah, they use the music. Yeah, they used the victory music from the Mario Party 1 version. And I wonder, I forgot this minigame was in Mario Party 1. And I wonder if the Mario Party 1 version did not have that big shot at the end. That big final salvo from Bowser's Corvette. Alright, there goes Yoshi with the second star of the game. Well, not the second star of the game, but the second character to have 2 stars. Important distinction there. Alright, we're good, we're good. I get so paranoid about drop frames, and I don't hear my own audio. You know, I wonder. What is on my mouse? Alright, there's a little piece of lint on my mouse, and I was like, I hope that is not... Why? Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a little piece of lint on my mouse should not have caused that much concern. But yeah, so far my equipment's been behaving very well. My Stream Deck's been acting right, my microphone's been acting right. One thing that's been complicated for me to get working at times is to have... Because there's the setup... There's one setup that's a lot simpler where I just have my headphones going straight into my computer. But when I have my headphones going into the microphone, and then I could use the volume on the microphone to adjust what I'm actually hearing without reducing what my viewers are hearing, it has more of a... In the past, it's had more of a tendency to go wrong midstream, where I can't hear the game audio anymore. Once I had to resort to plugging my headphones straight into the analog Mega SG, because I was streaming Game Gear games that day, and just accept that using them. But I took screenshots of all the settings so everything would be just perfect, so that I could use my headphones through the microphone. Alright, here's the part where if I was playing against other people, you'd either make or lose friends. Yeah, someone's gonna be walking home after this one. Okay. I would not want this to involve... If this involves me... Yeah, I wonder... I hope this does not involve me, because I'd lose... I'm only stand to lose a few coins at this point. So Mario... Yoshi's getting like 20-ish coins out of this. They both look like they're trying to hail a taxi. Oh. Doubles. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I remember what this one is now. I just had to watch... Because I have not... Some of these minigames I have not played for months. Okay. Alright, and the Mecha Fly Guy goes up on the upper right. I forgot where the banana went. Alright. Okay, I have to be... Okay, there we go. What? I missed a couple there. Kalakaboy is saying the Super Nintendo World Universal Studios Hollywood is getting close to completion and likely open spring 2023. You know, that's a lot sooner than I thought. I guess with the fact that when they announced this, like, it was still, like, in the depths of the lockdown. It wasn't really... There was a lot of uncertainty as to how soon things would happen. Not just in terms of, you know, how soon the lockdown could be safely lifted, but in terms of how long it would take to get certain industries and supply lines back running. But I know for sure the Super Nintendo World parks, this probably sounds kind of trite, but I'm most interested in the food. Like the pancake sandwiches for Mario and Luigi, like the sort of, I think one was grape themed and one was like green grape themed, the other was like strawberry themed for Mario. Like those looked really good. And it's crazy, back in like 2020 when we watched those videos about the Super Nintendo World in Japan, at Universal Studios in Japan, a couple of those videos have since been deleted from YouTube. So I mean my video was always like, it's not delisted, but it's like only visible within the my investment's paying off. Only 7 coins, but 7 more than I would have had otherwise. And thus, I make it to 99 coins. Now's the time to start playing more strategically. That'll be cool. No, actually, no. What I want to do is I want to look around. Alright. What's local? We're rotating this way because I'm still recovering from the Bowser incident. Now, don't want to land a 1. Yeah, let's speed things up a bit. 10. Yep. Guarantee that we hit the star. Yeah, that would be cool if they were able to serve those foods, but it would definitely... Will I be seeing the Mario movie in theaters? I'm really torn. I'm really torn. And it's not like... And the thing is... Yeah, I'm really on the fence about that because of the whole Charles Martinet thing. And it's not just the fact that, like, okay, he's voiced this character for 30 years and he just gets, you know, sidelined for Chris Pratt. But it's not that, but it's the surrounding culture of disrespect, where it's not just like, okay, fine, Nintendo wants to have a bigger, more recognizable, you know, Hollywood celebrity to play Mario, fine. But the fact that surrounding that they're now, I've seen a bunch of conversations that people saying, oh, well, he was never really doing any, Charles Martinet is not a real actor anyway, and he never really did anything, and oh, if he voiced the movie, it would just be a bunch of him going, woohoo, mushroom, the whole movie, as though, people are talking about Charles Martinet as though basically Charles Martinet did exactly what Nintendo asked him to, and now after the fact of Chris Pratt being chosen, to justify that, people are now arguing that that's literally all Charles Martinet is capable of doing. And I really don't like that. And it's still, and as far as like Chris Pratt's actual performance, based on what little we've heard in the trailer, is just like, okay, he's just normal. It's just the most unextraordinary of all the performances. There's like nothing really special about it. And I know people are saying like, oh, well, first off, Charles Martinet didn't necessarily have to, he wouldn't necessarily need to be doing this one-to-one replication of his in-game performance as Mario for the movie. So, but aside from that, is the fact that, oh man, we all lost. But aside from that alone, the fact that people are saying like, oh, no one wants to hear Charles Martinet's in-game Mario performance for 2 hours, like saying actual dialogue, But then if you listen to some of the international dubs of the movie, certain dubs, the voice actors for those certain languages are very specifically directly imitating Charles Martinet's Mario performance, but just in their native language. So and I'm not even necessarily saying that there should be like some kind of petition or movement to have Chris Pratt replaced at this point. And I've had people get upset at me. I think Charles Martinet is doing various other characters. Like, they said he'd be doing cameo roles. I don't even know what roles, like, if it's going to be a specific major characters. And I personally, like, Charles Martinet, based on everything I've heard about him, I don't know the guy personally, obviously. I got to see him in person once. I didn't get his autograph or anything. Charles Martinet is so nice and chill that I honestly think that he's refusing to make a stink about getting sidelined after building the goodwill and reputation of this character for 30 years. 20 years? More than 20 years within the games themselves, and 30 years including spin-offs like Mario Teaches Typing in the Mario Pinball game. I think Charles Martinet is refusing to make a stink about it because he cares more about people being able to enjoy the movie than his personal pride or ego. And that's just even more proof as to why I think this is so unfair to him. But he really does care more about people being able to enjoy the movie with minimal drama than whether or not the decision was right or not. Yeah, but people have gotten upset at me for saying that I disagree with the casting of anyone other than Charles Martinet as Mario. And people saying, oh, I can't believe you're saying that Chris Pratt should be recast. I'm like, I didn't say I wanted Chris Pratt recast. I didn't say I wanted a boycott. I just said I didn't like it, and I am not especially motivated to actually go see the movie in theaters. That's all I personally said. Everyone who's excited for this movie, I hope they get a great movie. I hope Chris Pratt does a great performance as Mario. You know, I don't want the movie to bomb just because it's not because that one aspect of it isn't what I personally would have chosen. Now, one aspect of the movie conceptually that I do think is interesting is the fact that they seem to be going with this angle that Mario and Luigi originate from outside of the Mushroom Kingdom. And the idea that Mario and Luigi are from Brooklyn is something that I think originated with the Super Mario Bros. Super Show and hasn't been significantly referenced since the Super Mario Bros. 1993 film with John Leguizamo and why his name just flew out of my head. The guy who played Eddie Valiant in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the guy who played Loki in Return of the Mask, and I cannot think of his name and I feel ashamed of myself. Bob Hoskins. Bob Hoskins. There we go. All right. I'm sure. Yeah. Let's spring for the big strawberry. Let's play dirty. Because we love our creatures with big chompy mouths with no eyes. Especially when they could get us stars. You know, I really need to look. I want to see how... That's the one amiibo I want right now. I love Samus and Emmy. Piranha Plant amiibo. Oh my gosh, they're like $30 freaking dollars now. $40 now for Piranha Plant amiibo. Oh my, they were, man, I saw it. That sucks. I'm gonna have to pay 40 doggone bucks for a little statuette of a man-eating plant. I could get some real carnivorous plants for less money than that. Okay. Gonna have to pay between 40 and 60 bucks for a Piranha Plant amiibo. I saw that bad boy sitting at Best Buy for like $13, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna be reasonable. I'm not gonna spend $13 for a statuette of a man-eating plant. I'll come back and get it next week, and next week it wasn't there. And now I have to pay 40 doggone bucks for it. Well, I don't have to pay 40 bucks for it, but if I want one, I'm gonna have to pay that for it. Because now I better not have to. This better not be including the chain. Because if that includes the chain, that's some real bum. That's the first time I've ever gotten this pattern in Mario Party Superstars. Man, some of those other ones look really accurate compared to mine. Oh, I lost by 1 point. I lost by probably just 1 pixel somewhere.
Winner.
Yeah, but people have a really hard time in my conversations about this movie, and about other things too, also coincidentally related to Nintendo. People have a hard time understanding that if I don't like something, or when it comes to entertainment, me saying I don't like something or won't be participating in it doesn't mean that I'm like declared like a boycott against it, or saying that I want it to fail, or that I dislike anyone who does like that piece of media or likes the way it looks. Yeah, but there might be other Piranha Plant figures, but I know the amiibo specifically, the Smash Brothers series amiibo for the Piranha Plant, that thing looks really nice. And I saw it in person at Best Buy. It looks really beautiful. And I want that thing. Piranha Plant, I have my big chompy, I love my big creature designs with big chompy mouths with no eyes, things like tail maws and Piranha Plants and, you know, those kind of things. So I think, you know what? I just realized, I think that's the first time I ever uttered the word tail maw out loud. Because that's usually something I'm either typing or reading on screen. Actually, let me pull up. Hold on. Yes, I got owned, but I have a bigger planner somewhere. Alright, here we go. If anyone wants to know what tail maws are, this is a safe for work link. My friend Kita Space Cat did that comic for me a couple of Halloweens ago. That monster design there, which I came up with and had her draw for me, that is what a tail maw is. It's like a creature that has a tail, and then there's like a big chompy mouth at the end of the tail. Yeah, that's all that is.
Start.
There we go. Now there's a certain point I'd use in the N64 version of this on Mario Party 2 that I would use as a point where if I press the A button at that spot, I would always make the jump. And it was the point where I wasn't even watching my character, I was watching where the rope passed there, but I really can't do that. With this version, I'm unfamiliar with if there is any sort of tell, any sort of specific point. The way there's a certain stone on the ground, and when the rope passes that stone, I know for sure that I'll be able to make the jump. Now, in the Mario Party 1 version of how this minigame worked, it was strange. It wasn't a last player standing, it was a first player out. So the first player out would lose coins, and the other 3 players would win coins. And in Mario Party 2, they made it the more probably obvious version. Now, at this point, the rope is changing speed constantly, and it's making it very tricky. There was at least one jump where I was sure I was going to lose, but I survived. Yeah, this is definitely last player standing. 65, 66. Okay, all right, I got it.
Winner.
Yeah, so it's interesting. They're using. Okay, yeah, they are. They use the Mario Party 2. I had to think to the musical chime because they use the victory chime for whatever Mario Party game or whatever version of the game they're using, and that was the Mario Party 2 victory chime. Or victory fanfare jingle thing. It's time to start playing. I think the time's come to. Oh man, that's a high roll for Mario there. And he gets a star. Yeah, he had one before, but he lost it since then. And he lands on the event space. So he gets a shortcut to get back to the star a little quicker. You know what? I think I know how I'm going to use my next, well, not my next one, but when I get close. When I get within striking distance of... Yeah, when I make it to within striking distance of the star, I know what I'm going to do. Is Halloween a big deal for furries? Because Clackaboy's saying, is Halloween a big deal for furries? Because it's, like, a totally acceptable to go out in public wearing furry outfits. Yeah, I don't wonder if, I know a lot of friends, I know I have, like, one, like, Kita Space Cat, she loves her Halloween. She loves, it's a holiday that has a lot of personal significance to her, which she's talked about. I guess for those reasons there is, a lot of, you know, because of the whole costuming aspect, a lot of emphasis on monsters and creatures and stuff like that. Yeah, so Peach there got a totally useless item. Sometimes you do get a useful item at an excessive cost. There she actually had to pay for a totally useless item. Yeah, so I guess there's a lot of enhanced interest in Halloween in the furry scene because of that. I know there's I have one pal, what's their name? What's their name? I'm trying not to say their IRL name, because I know them IRL, but... What's it? Vin Vulpes. Yeah, Vin Vulpes. At least that's his name on Fur Affinity. I think there's a convention called Furpoc that's around Halloween time that he normally goes to. Actually, no. Okay, let's survey. No, I don't want to look at that. What I want to do is, there we go. All right. Yeah, I want to... Can I use this on myself? That's what I'm interested in. Yes, I can use it on myself. I want to get a... Okay, I did not mean to get that 2. I wanted to get a 3, actually. But I'm set up now. I could potentially... We'll see how this rolls out. Okay, I was going to say, it's potentially a 1v3 minigame here. Alright. Yeah, so this is... Okay, so this is pretty much a big bonus game for me. Yeah, so I get first dibs on all these goodies. Now this this cart, this little motorized boat thing. No, I just barely missed the. Yeah, I just barely missed. No, that was foolish. I shouldn't have tried to go for that. Oh, there's no more coins. That's all of them. And Clackaboy's saying, of course, there are also furry conventions where they all come together en masse. Yeah, those are spaced out across, at least the North American ones. I know there are several, like, across various parts of the U.S. and throughout different points of the year. I guess the closest one, the one that's within striking distance from me, I guess, would be Anthrocon. I've never been to a convention or anything of the kind. I'm not the kind of person who even goes to, like, house parties, so I'm not sure what, like, a massive multi-day party would be like for me. Yeah, for years I've been thinking, I have some friends who might have wanted to, well, I have one friend who goes to that one convention, but he's probably more of the house party type than me. Now, no, it's funny, now, I've been to house parties at their house. It wasn't their house party, it was, you know, he was with a few other people, and it was basically just me and him hanging out in his room and sort of peeking through the door at all the, you know, nothing real crazy, nothing like totally bananas, but, you know, just all the just people watching, you know, just sort of like watching animals in the zoo, ironically enough. And it's funny because I'm not friends with this like, everyone I know, everyone I'm personal real-life friends with that happens to be a furry, that I did not become friends with them because of that. I just happened to become friends with them because of how things played out. Like, that's... I don't know, it's kind of interesting. To a certain extent, like, the furry fandom, or any fandom to me, is almost so general. It's so, like, sort of massive and broad. It's like being... You can find friends because of a coincidental shared interest. But being friends with someone because they're a gamer, or because they like anime, or because they're a furry, or because they or like a certain sport, or anything like that, is so generic to me. That's almost like becoming friends with someone because they watch TV, or being friends with someone because they like movies. It's a shared interest, but it says theoretically next to nothing about your character. I mean, not like. That has different connotations because of, personas and everything, but different connotations as to... Look at this. I legitimately played. It said specifically, do not use the palm of your hand. I instantly lost. They did not even, like, balance the game so that you can win, honestly, by rotate. You have to play with your palm of your hand. Who are they kidding? We're down to the last 5 turns, and... Yeah, I did not think of... Yeah, this is so strange. This game is going by a lot quicker than I thought. We're like 75% of the way through, and we still have an hour left. If I play another Mario Party game, it'll be like the shortest number of turns you can. Wow, he's being a contrarian, picking the 4th place person to potentially come out on top. Which in Mario Party can more than happen with 5 entire turns left, because a lot of it can change in just 1 turn. So we're doubling the values of the red and blue spaces. Alright. I think it's time to stop messing around. I mean, it was never time to mess around, but...
You got a star.
Yeah, I'd sooner, like... I feel like I've had this sense that, especially since I've been writing a lot more lately, I have a feeling I'd sooner end up going to a convention, I guess specifically in this context of furry convention, to sell, like, if I ever publish some of my writing that would be interest to that community. I'd probably be going more to try to maybe to sell pamphlets of my work or something like that, more so than anything else. Because, I don't know, I just don't feel like... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd be into... Yeah, Yoshi stole the star from Peach using that, Man,
You got a star.
Yoshi, definitely the favorite to win right now. But let's, let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But here, I'd have to play the lottery. No, I do. Yeah, I keep trying to think of the way this board works in Mario Party 1. And in Mario Party 1, you have to play the lottery to see if you even get the chance to, Yeah, you have to play the lottery to see if you'll go to Bowser or to the star. Whereas in this game, you always go to the star, and then you have to play the lottery after. And Clackaboy's asking if I ever consider dressing as my Lunarian Altair. You just need ears and a tail. Plus a doorworm prop would be nice. Prefer like that stream on Halloween. Yeah, I'm not sure. There are different ways I've considered. Let's see what I roll up here. I've considered different things like that. I'm not sure. Well, first off, unless I'm doing for the purpose of this stream, you wouldn't really be able to see the tail because of the way I stream sitting down. And the ears would just, like, Lunarians have big floppy ears that are usually behind them anyway, so you really wouldn't see that much. And I'm not sure I really want to wear a mask or like a fursuit head or anything like that. If I ever did do a Lunarian H fursuit, it would be a partial. It wouldn't be a full suit. Yeah, I just... Oh my goodness. There we go. There we go. I swear I've never played this minigame before. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and I've considered, like, even like something like VTubing as Lunarian H, like just streaming as Lunarian H as purely a substitute for streaming as myself isn't that appealing to me. And plus, I enjoy being on camera. So it would take very specific circumstances and context for the idea of even getting like a 3D model and VTubing as Lunarian H, for that to even have any interest or meaning to me. And a client just texted me, so excuse me, I just have to ping them with my "I am not available right now" message, because I was there we go. Yeah, that's the thing about freelancing is you know, yeah, I feel like, honestly, it's harder to... Like, I feel like in a certain sense, the urge to have discipline and a regular schedule in your professional life when you're setting your own hours and your own work times, I feel is even more extreme for me than if I had just a clock in, clock out, weekday job, I guess, because it would be so easy to just be like, oh, I'll just do it later. Oh, I'll just do it later when there's not a concrete. So I guess I'm really ferocious about having the discipline to, now I work, now I don't work. Because the opposite could also happen, where you are working too much on something and it's like, you have to set those parameters, to have the flexibility but also the discipline. Now let's... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I want to use the oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. The interface in this is still messing with me a bit. I do want to roll 10 here. So to guarantee that... No, doggone. I have to hit X. There we go. Yeah, because excuse me, I have this huge itch on my nose right now, like right on the side. And it feels like I know it's this time of year in this region it's impossible, but it feels like I just got a mosquito bite. And I definitely would have... Mosquitoes are so doggone loud, the ones we have over here, that I definitely would have heard that if it was a mosquito bite. And come to think of it, I just realized I don't think I got a mosquito bite all year. Oh my goodness! I miscounted! I miscounted! I meant to land on the exclamation mark, and instead I landed on the Mario spot. This is totally going to redefine what I can do before the end of the game. Yeah, I need to definitely pay more attention. But yeah, I have been considering ways to... But yeah, just using Lunarian H as like a 3D model and VTubing as him, just as a replacement for appearing on camera. I've thought a lot about it, but it would need very specific context to... Yeah, it's just not necessarily that appealing to me, because to a certain extent Lunarian H is just me, myself with a tail. And for some people, whatever VTuber avatar they use, whether it's an anime character or a persona or whatever, might that is enough for them or would be exciting to them, but it's not exciting to me. I'm not saying that not being in character, or maybe if I had a character that was necessarily a lot different than me, maybe that would have more appeal for me personally, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and actually uttering it out loud makes me think of it in different ways that I hadn't before, but I feel like... Yeah, because my character is so much just myself, reflected through the lens of my own imagination as my alternative species, because my character is within the context of his own world. He's a human being. He doesn't have superpowers, or he has, different abilities. Is physiologically different than a human, but he's a person within the context of his world, living a suburban contemporary life. So big jump and then big jump. I've never seen this minigame before. I'm still seeing so many minigames I've never played before. This is one of the minigames where this oblique projected viewpoint reminds me so much of Q*bert, which is a game I've never actually played. Oh my goodness. No one wins! Just like in real life. Yeah, I've never actually played I know what Q*bert is, I know... In fact, I've watched the Saturday Supercade Q*bert cartoon, but I've never watched... I'm just thinking, and because of that time when we watched the entire Animorphs television series that was just posted up on YouTube, there's a certain amount of what you can and can't get away with on Twitch, and... oh, it's better not have a star in it. Okay, good. I don't think there's stars in those bonus blocks in this game. I know they are in Mario Party 2. Alright, so, yeah, it always guarantees that you get the star, but then you may or may not get diverted to Bowser. But getting diverted to Bowser lets you collect another star? So that really changes the balance of this board compared to how it works in Mario Party 1. Hello! Thanks for the star, sucker. Yeah, I'm really mean. I am now potentially in the running to win this now, as before I wasn't.
Here we go.
Yeah, because now I'm only behind in terms of coins, because in terms of stars, I'm tied with Yoshi. Yeah, she really doesn't have anything to lose if she does get the Bowser encounter. Because best case scenario for her is she manages to score 20 coins before the next time she, I don't know. Strategically speaking, it's actually more desirable to get sent to Bowser in this version of the board compared to the Mario Party 1 version. Let's see, what can I get my hands on that'll let me... Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Because I have a feeling that, having the potential to roll whatever I need to in these last couple of turns. Come on, actually send me towards Bowser. I want to see Bowser. I have a 50-50 shot. Let's go for it. I'm choosing the tall seed because Luigi's a tall boy. Okay, let's see. Yes! Okay, this is actually what I wanted. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I wanted. This actually, I think, provides me with the best opportunity. Yeah, this actually gives me the best chance to get another star from Toadette before the end of the... Alright, 1v3 minigame. This could potentially come out to be something I could make a lot of coins on. Coconut Conch. What is this one? Okay. Alright, so all I can do is try to roll... I've never seen this minigame before.
Start.
Or if I have, I definitely have not been it. man. This is the longest 13 seconds of my life. Oh my goodness. Okay. This is one of those games that I feel is definitely really hard against humans, but against an AI, even the best AI the game has to offer, it's not... It's tense, but it's not too hard to be able to... Because the computers can't talk to each other. Oh, go, you two go to the left, you two go to the right, and so forth. So, if I... Alright. Yeah, this is the second to last turn already. So we're going to definitely use an item here.
Oh, yeah.
What's 5 spaces from here that he really wants to land on that much? And once again, the Mario Party 1 boards... Well, I haven't said it yet, but the Mario Party 1 boards, they give you a 10-coin bonus for completing a lap around the board. Mario Party 1 has more of an emphasis on coin theft and coin loss, whereas Mario Party 2, they really softened the cutthroat nature of Mario Party 1, made it less emphasis on stealing coins from other players, less emphasis on losing coins due to losing normal end-of-turn mini-games. So as a result of that, they took away the idea of getting a 10-coin bonus at the when completing a lap. But we're going to... We're gonna do the... So 1, 2, 3, 4... Bowser. 6, 7, 8, 9... We're gonna land... Okay. 9. 10 away. Yeah, we're gonna roll the 10. We're gonna roll for the 10. Okay. Now 10. I wonder what we're going to land on, guys. Okay. I'm just gonna waste my coins. I still have enough for 1 star, which is good. And we're gonna get one last item. Basically anything here. Okay. Imagine if I somehow lost, like, only had a couple fewer coins, would have had 19 coins only, and then I got the rolled up to, oh, the next star is discounted by half. That would have been perfect. I would have been so disappointed and then so hyped. Alright. Let's... But I'm definitely gonna be able to get at least... Oh my goodness. The controls are slippery. This is one of those mini games that I think would be a lot fairer if I had 3 human opponents, because these AIs aren't doing a good job of being confused by the controls, and being a little mixed up by the controls is the entire appeal of, or the entire purpose of this game. Look at her skating. Okay. Okay, so Yoshi gets a few. Now I need to get. It's very likely. It's more likely than not that I'm going to be able to get a star this turn. But actually, no. With the item I have. Yeah, I really can't make any use of this item because I can't even deploy it until the end of this turn. It's the last turn, so. Wow, they actually let you buy a strawberry on the last turn. By strawberry, I mean piranha plant. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd rather have a piranha plant than a strawberry myself, but... Now, if they imagine if they let me, the person going last on the final turn, buy a strawberry, that would be quite the ripoff. Because I know like they won't let you buy items in the last turn because you can't use it the following turn. Okay. I only have to roll a 4 or better. No! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I was 2 away from being able to get a final star. So now it's really going to rely on me being able to get good bonus stars at the end to try and win this game. So, am I in this? Okay, I'm on the team side, and we're going after Mario. Now, Kalaka Boy says that they're enjoying an egg sandwich while enjoying the stream. Hey, I like egg sandwiches more than I should probably. Yeah, I have to. When I get another, yeah, there was a point where I wasn't sure. Yeah, there was a point where I wasn't sure if I'd be able to even responsibly afford to upgrade my streaming PC until after I moved into a new apartment. And it turns out that that was not the case, quite fortunately. I didn't know if it would take a year for me to get back to streaming, or 6 or 7 months. Fortunately, it was only like 3 or 4 months, so I'm very happy that I'll be able to start streaming Pokemon. First bonus is... This bonus is for the player who purchased the most items. The bonus goes to... Peach. And, oh, I got it too. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I bought the most items, but it turns out I was tied with Peach. If Yoshi does not get... Yoshi needs to... I need to get one more bonus star without Yoshi getting any more. That's the only way I can win at this point. And the winner is... It'll probably be me, I think. I forgot for a second that getting chomped by the piranha plant was actually losing and not winning. Wow, my first ever match against the hardest AI the game has to offer, and I came out on top. I was not expecting that. I was expecting this to be entertaining in the sense of watching me get my butt kicked. Alright. Alright, we'll just skip all this. And... Oh yeah, I forgot about this in-game credit system. Troublemaker. Alright. We're gonna play another game. Another game of Mario Party 2, I mean. Let's see. There's Mario Party, there's Spaceland, Peach's Birthday Cake, Woody Woods, Horrorland. Oh yeah, that's the one thing. With all the... I wish they... Every Nintendo Direct since this game came out, I was crossing my fingers for DLC to add maybe 1 or 2 more boards or more playable characters. But they've really just stuck with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boards. I wish they added just 1 or 2 more boards. Even if it was paid DLC, I wouldn't mind. Because I do think I got my money's worth out of this. So, Horrorland or... Yeah. Let's go with Yoshi's Tropical Island. Let's go with another Mario Party 1 minigame. Yeah, we'll go with 20 turns. Actually, let's play it kind of safe. 15 turns, 45 minutes. Yeah, we'll go with 20 turns. All types, yes. Okay, and all the characters should have the same difficulty, so. Yeah, I don't think I played this board once in Mario Party. You know, the Mario Sky Castle board, or whatever it's called in Mario Party 1, I thought that would have been the obvious one to bring over for the purpose of this game. But then there's also the factor that they kind of have to rebalance and repurpose some of these boards so that they can work with a unified rule set. Because there are certain elements in each of these boards that only really make sense in the context of the original Mario Party games. Certain mechanics to them, and they kind of had to pick boards that they would be able to adapt and homogenize to fit the balancing of a single game with the more modern Mario Party rule set. Hey, I actually no, I'm blast again. This is rigged dice. Hashtag loaded dice. And is that on the right island she's on now? Okay, Yoshi. Yeah, so we're starting off 18 stars, 18 points away from... I'm saying points like Backgammon. Can you tell I've been playing Backgammon a lot? Yeah, we're 18 spaces away from the... Well, 18... And there's like an X factor because the position can change as we see right here. I like how Bowser kicked away the pedestal and it landed where Toadette went. So let's get a look at... Okay, so we're right near the star, and I do not want to... Oh, no, okay, because that's not the direction the board rotates in. Yeah, I just failed to disregard... Why did I not think... I forgot the fact that I was going to land on a happening spot and cause the star to switch islands. So I'm due for an encounter with Bowser right now, unless someone else lands on the happening spot. Hey, Honeycomb Havoc, one of those games that... One of those really fierce... Yeah, this is minigame? Now, check this out. Hold on. Oh, okay. Okay, they actually... Or was it, I guess, regular in the actual N64 version of this? When you pause, they leave the fruits on screen and it gives you time to actually count out how many fruits and plan your strategy. Or something like that. Or there was some minigame that like doesn't clear out the on-game end-game pieces, and I was kind of shocked by that fact. 1, 2, 2, and we'll get Peach out of there. Bye, Peach. And I love the remix of this music. Now, I was looking through the options earlier. They do have the option to have the Nintendo 64 versions of these tracks. I should have taken two. Oh, wow. Mario, you're supposed to... I'm shocked that Mario didn't... Okay. Well, I guess the only concern for Mario, if the AI is... Bless me. Is actually thinking... is whether or not they'll get stuck with the honeycomb, not whether or not they're targeting a specific player to get hit with the honeycomb. Alright. If we keep... Oh, I did not... I actually meant to take one. I think I'm in control of this at this point. Yeah, I'm in control of this. Unless... Wait. No, I'm done. I'm done. I played myself. Yeah, I definitely miscalculated there. Yeah, I hope you brought some ointment, Luigi. And one thing that annoys me, that jingle is for Mario Party 2, but it's the Mario Party 2 jingle that only plays in a minigame where there are multiple winners at the end of the game. It didn't play the jingle there because they're different jingles. There are different jingles that play whether there's only one winner or if there are multiple winners. And they use the jingle for multiple winners in at the conclusion of all Mario Party 2 minigames. That for all the attention to detail they played in recreating these elements of the older games, I'm surprised they let that slip by. Alright, so she gets a warp block. And we're all in the same area of the board, so it's not especially compelling or shocking that she did get that. Let's see. Receive 10 coins. And okay, let's see. If there's any items, do I enjoy egg sandwiches too? I thought I'm not vegan. I don't eat meat. I guess I'm vegetarian, but I do eat eggs. Yeah, yeah, a lot of, I don't know how, I say that I'm a vegetarian. It's not just you, Collectible. I'm not singling you out. It's just something that I've found happens a lot. I'll say that I'm vegetarian, and then word gets around that I'm vegan. And a lot of times, like, if I can make something vegan by using olive oil instead of butter, I'll do it. But because typically that's just something, it's a slightly healthier option in most cases anyway. Just like how if you're gonna like get a bunch of nonsense at Taco Bell, it just so happens that ordering stuff with beans instead of beef happens to be healthier. Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually lost this particular minigame. Now, one thing I'll say, the only time I've ever had runny, because growing up, my mother and my grandmother, both of my grandmothers and my mother, they always made their eggs thoroughly over hard. Yeah, vegans don't eat any animal products. So they don't. So, but vegetarians don't eat. Well, they're different, and they're different. I guess they're different builds of vegetarian you can go for. There's the ones that eat fish, which has always been kind of controversial. It's like the whole point is that you don't eat animals, at least for a lot of people. But I heard. I guess the latest terminology jargon I've heard is, if you eat eggs and dairy, you're a lacto-ovo-vegetarian. Or whatever. But I know like growing up, my parents always, my parents and my grandparents, they always cooked their eggs over hard, whether it was scrambled or fried eggs or whatever. I never had soft eggs because especially my mom was always like, never always thoroughly cook your eggs to avoid salmonella. But in Europe, having eggs soft is, I mean, depending on what part of the U.S. you are or what household you're in, eating eggs soft isn't that big a deal. But where I was from, everyone was always really super, like, always eat your eggs soft. Now, I like the taste of hard eggs more so, the texture. But the only time I've ever had really soft, runny eggs was when I went to England. I went to the Bessemer Arms, which is the restaurant at Sheffield, on the platform of Sheffield Park Station on the Bluebell Railway. And on the weekends, they serve breakfast. And an English breakfast will fill you up like nothing else, even if you don't get like any of the meat options. What did I have at the Bessemer Arms? I had hash browns, which in the UK, or at least in England, are a bit more of a fritter than hash browns as I think of them here. So I had hash browns, 2 really soft, runny, creamy eggs, and these tomatoes and potato. The tomatoes and mushrooms that are cooked in this very specific way that I've only really seen in England, where they make tomatoes, like grilled tomatoes and mushrooms. Yeah, and you know, it's funny, growing up, like at once I was like after age 5 or so, 4 or 5, that we really didn't serve milk as a beverage. It was a sort of this, I've heard a lot in the context of, you know, when you grow up in a black household, and you know, your results are going to vary, you know, it's not just an overcompensating thing, but there's a sense of dairy is like milk is an ingredient and not a food. And it's like, yeah, growing up we'd always, you know, we wouldn't eat or use like raw milk. It was more of considered a food, and like, yeah, milk is a food, not a beverage, I guess, is what I heard. And it's like, yeah, come to think of it, all the black families I know of, they really didn't drink milk like that. You know, except for when you're like really little kids drinking like chocolate quick or something like that. Alright, let me grab some water. Yeah, I wasn't able to get the Sodor lore reading redemption. Yeah, I wasn't able to get Sodor lore redemption ready for this stream. I hope it'll be ready for Monday. But I did get some other stuff done. As the acquisition. Oh my goodness. We just all blasted each other out that last second. Yeah, I did get some other, I was in negotiations today in relation to some other resources I want for streaming that I've wanted for a very long time. That, depending on how things go, I might be able to reveal those on my my next stream, which is going to be on Tuesday at 5 p.m. I'm just doing a little more Mario Party and Backgammon. Probably not a long stream like this, as long a stream as this one. It's probably going to be more along the lines of, okay, I'm just going to play a single match of Mario Party and, like, you know, 30 or 40 minutes of Backgammon. Because I'm going to be busy through the back half of October. So it won't be until I'm back. And I'm going to be busy really into early November as well. A lot of people are readying just different materials and campaigns that they want little copywriting jobs done for. So I have a lot of stuff I'm doing concentrated around late October, early November. But once I get back to streaming, I mean, by the time I get back, I'm not going to have a real regular pattern schedule again until probably when around the time Pokemon Scarlet and Violet come out. I have to think a second to remember their names. But when those games come out, I'm probably gonna... In the past, I've had like these sort of schedules where I've really... I don't know, I might have a more frequent streaming schedule of shorter streams to get through Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. At least one of the... I think there are 3 or 4 main campaigns with different goals. Like, one's about collecting the Pokedex, one's about... Because I'm not sure exactly how they're implementing the open world nature of this game, so I'm interested in discovering this kind of stuff as we get into it, as we experience the game live. And in fact, one of the things I need to do, probably today or tomorrow, is get my layout ready for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So that when the time comes, I can just jump into that layout and not have to really worry about anything. Alright. So let's look at what we've got here. 1, 2, 3. And Bowser's still over on this side, right? Yeah. 7. You know what? I'm gonna land 7. Yeah, this is... I don't have You know what? I'm gonna roll my normal dice block and hope for a low roll. Okay, so I only need to win 5 coins the next minigame. And because I'm going to be able to put myself in a position where I don't have to encounter Bowser and will be able to trigger... the... Oh my gosh, it's the... Okay, so this is a pure chance minigame, but it's a fun pure chance minigame. It's structured well. Because there's some minigames like Day at the Races from Mario Party 2 where it's a pure chance, but it doesn't feel satisfying or fun to play. You just feel kind of helpless. Whereas here, like, the sense of suspense is really well executed. A lot better carried out. And that's why I think this minigame has been one of the ones that's appeared the most frequently throughout all the Mario Party games. I know it definitely appeared in Mario Party... It first appeared in Mario Party 2. It definitely reappeared in Mario Party 4 on GameCube. Okay. I like how they vary how long that it takes to get confirmed whether or not you got the bad plunger or not. Okay, so they reset... now that there's... the only one left is obviously the one that has to be the detonator. They actually reset all the plungers rather than have the next person be forced to trigger the bomb. Oh my gosh, I have a 1 in 3 chance of hitting the detonator. Let's go with yellow. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, doggone. There's now no way I could get a star next turn. I'll have to cross my fingers for another low roll in order to get a star. If I had like the poison dice block, I would definitely use it this coming turn. I'm the one who probably has of all the characters, I'm probably the one who has the most writing on the outcome of this particular minigame. Because if this minigame went my way, I'd definitely be able to get a star next turn. Unless I got really unlucky earlier on. I like the little lightning bolts around the Bowser bomb bulb thing. Way to go, Yoshi. Alright, so... I'm just looking out. If anyone lands on... I'm interested to see on... Why would... Are they counting on me? Huh, I wonder what... they're getting at with this. What the AI is getting at. Because this is not the obvious... That would not have been the obvious move to make if in terms of racing directly to the star.
Here we go.
Oh man, why didn't she use it on me? I wanted her to use it on me. Oh well. Oh wait, I forgot. Okay, excuse me. I'm so fixated on my strategy of switching the Bowser and the star on the board that I forgot that the star is on the other island than what I'm on. So yeah, it would make sense to cross the bridge. Sorry, I'm thinking too much of my strategy and not about like how things actually are. I'm thinking of my strategy to change the board and that's a kind of a good... Oh my goodness. This is... I need to roll... This is better than what I was hoping for. I know what I could use... Oh, I'm getting a star next turn. I am so getting a star next turn. I know exactly what I'm going to do. Unless Mario gets a really high roll. Let's see. Yeah, there's no way. Would it be interesting if they did a Mario-themed backgammon game? I think, I have thought of that lately. I have thought of that. Playing a Mario board game and then a traditional board game like backgammon, I have thought of that in the lead up to the stream. And what I thought was, what they'd probably sooner do, and they might not do because Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics already exists on Switch, would be to make a Mario-fied version of several traditional card and board games. which there is a Mario game that's a collection of different traditional like card and board and dice games, I think, but it is on PC, and it is actually the first computer or video game in which Charles Martinet voiced Mario, and I'm thinking of playing it on stream sometime. No. No. I need to use my custom dice block. So let's take a look. Oh, no. Okay. Alright. Ooh. Okay, so the only way I could get a star next turn, because that event space, it's going to keep... Yeah, that event space, what that will do is switch out Toadette and Bowser's spots on the board. But I do not earn any coins for that. I'm going to have to deliberately land on the red space to lose 3 coins, and then bank everything on winning the next minigame. Yeah, I have to I'm using this to deliberately roll a 1. This is like almost the antithetical purpose of what you typically use the golden block for, because you could choose... Oh my gosh, it's ×2, and it's a 1v3. This could very easily be a bonus game in which there's no way I could lose. Oh my goodness, this is not one of those games. This is a game. Oh my god, okay, I'm just practicing a bit. This is going to be tense. If all 3 of those lights make it onto me at once. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I won. I'm getting a star next turn. Unless within the next 3 turns someone manages to land on the spot that switches Bowser and Toadette. That's the only way I'm not getting a star this turn, and that's actually still a very realistic possibility. Also, Peach has a warp block, which she could use. Yoshi is using the poison block on me. So now there's a 1 in 3 chance that I could land a 1, swap Toadette and Bowser, and not... Oh my goodness, it's happening. It's happening. Now I want to land the 1. I need to land the 1 now. I need to land... Oh my gosh, Yoshi might have just... There's a 1 in 3 chance that I'm going to land the 1 and switch them back again on my next roll. And see, like, to me, like, Backgammon is just, in a certain sense, is a version of this. This sort of like, oh, if I roll this or they roll that, what'll happen? Or will I be able to get my checkers around it? Backgammon is kind of like this, just reduced purely in terms of just the numbers and the strategy of using your rolls wisely. Oh, Mario. Oh my goodness. So now they're switched again. Now I want to... If I land... I need to land a 2 or a 3 now. I need to land a 2 or a 3 now. Now we're back to... We're going... Oh my goodness. The way... The stakes and what I need to do to advance in this game is switching back and forth so rapidly. 2 or higher. Yes, yes. I'm getting... I love what it took to get me to this moment. I love it. I love it. I love it. In fact, hold on. I just love what it takes. The way it's so my strategy and what I needed to do and the ways in which I needed to get lucky went back and forth so rapidly in those first couple of turns. This is the beauty and the horror of Mario Party. Like, just in that last couple of turns right there. I love it. Oh wow, a hidden block. How very lucky for Luigi. What will I get? Oh, some coins to boot. How about that? Alright. Let me just... Okay, I just want to make a note of the timestamp for that so I can know to go back and cut that when it comes time for my, to edit this together. Alright.
Start.
Alright. Oh my... Like, honestly, the fake out is just so unfair in this. I guess it would feel less unfair with human players, but it's just like... When I'm... This is one of those games where playing against three computers, and it's like, how do you trick the computer? How does the computer fairly simulate being tricked in a way that only a human being is really able to be tricked? But the last couple of turns went so well, it's like... Yeah, that was a great sequence of turns right there. I love it.
Finish. Winner.
I did not mean to trigger that reaction sticker. Yoshi. I think Yoshi's actually gonna get something totally useless. Oh no, okay, he got a cursed dice block. I don't know, I think it's actually kind of polite that they even... Are you gonna... Oh wow, they actually didn't target me. I like how they, like in Mario Party 2, they would have actually showed as though you actually had 4 human players, the whole minigame where Mario's trying to resist the Boo stealing their coins. Thanks for the posture check, Clackaboy. It seems like I was already pretty much, like, in gear, as I should have been. So, a nice check there, and it turns out that, no, because, I don't know why, but when I'm sitting around casually on the computer, I mean, just the discipline of being on camera, you know, I'll get to be like, I'll just sit back like this. And I'll be sitting around like this, and then I'll actually go and click on my Streamlabs desktop and look at, and I'll see myself again, I'm like, why am I sitting like this? How did this happen? I'm not that doggone lazy, am I? I have to, like, rescoot myself up now that I sagged back like that in the seat. Alright, that's 10 coins.
Luigi time.
Your turn, Luigi. Okay. Hey, we get a item roulette. Or a bonus roulette. It's not necessarily an item, it could be coins or something like that. Oh, we got a mushroom, so in this case we did get an item out of it. We're gonna wanting to stay on this side of the island for now. Goomba spotting. I forgot what game this is. Which one is this? Count the number of Goombas that run by. Be careful, once you sign the count, you can't change it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright.
Start. Finish.
Well, if I got 35, then I'm the only winner. Oh my gosh. Doggone, I overcounted.
Winners.
Alright, now when we come back from the break, and, you know, in 5 minutes I'll be taking my midstream break. When we come back from the break, I'm not going to be... Yeah, when I come back from the break, I'm not going to switch straight to backgammon. I'm going to finish this game out. And then once this Mario Party, maybe... I don't know, we'll see. We'll play it by ear. Now, this is an actually useless item. It popped already. Don't look at me. Buyer beware, no returns. Ah ha ha. And, oh man, he had to encounter Bowser and now he gets bamboozled by the Bowser space. Oh man. Bowser Shuffle. Oh, another... They're gonna switch spots in the map again, huh? Oh, we're characters are switching spots. I've never seen this before. I think this is... If this was another Mario Party, I've never seen it before there.
Here we go.
Man, everyone's targeting Mario just because he's in first. Alright, so every time someone pays to cross the bridge there, it raises the price of crossing that bridge for the rest of the game. So if you were, like, loaded, let's say for some reason you had, like, 500 coins, and you wanted to block everyone else from being able to... Oh, but you could overpay massively. You could overpay massively for the bridge toll, and then make it so that it's really hard for other people to cross. The golden pipe there, that's the equivalent to the magic lamp from Mario Party 2.
Mario time. Yes. Luigi time.
Alright, so let's take a look at where we're at right now. Yeah, so I'm on the same island as the star. That's really all that... Okay, that's good enough. That's all I needed to know. And I have a mushroom. Yeah, let's use it now.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Alright. Yeah, I only have 20 coins, which isn't that big a loss for a Bowser space. I feel like I could win that back by the time I get to the star. And that's if... Now, if I hit Bowser Revolution, I think I am going to come out ahead on this. Oh, no. I almost got Bowser Revolution, but not quite. Alright, hey, we haven't gotten many 2v... I think this is the first 2v2 minigame of this entire stream, so... So we're gonna play this minigame... Okay, shift wait. Oh, look at this. I think this might be the first time I've gotten this minigame in Mario Party Superstars, because look, it says, be careful not to pick up too much speed on a curve, fall into the lava, and you're out. In Mario Party 2, they adapted this minigame so that you only had to balance to maintain maximum speed. Balancing didn't actually change your... Yeah, in Mario Party 1, the version of this minigame, you had to change speed just to survive, or change your weight shifting and the braking. But in Mario Party 2, they changed it so it's impossible to fall off the track, you just lose speed. So, We've got the controller on the seat, ready to in the ideal
3,
mashing position.
1, go!
Oh man, being able to fall add so much tension back into this game that was missing. Oh, who won? I can't. Okay, we won. Me and Yoshi won.
Record.
All right. All right. So with 27 seconds left on the clock, it's time to do the midstream break. I'll be gone for 10 minutes, and when we come back, we'll finish up Mario Party Superstars. And we'll finish up this game. Depending on how I feel, maybe we'll play on a little bit longer with Mario Party. But let's go ahead and there we go. We'll just no, I don't want to. There we go. That's what I want. I just wanted to pause like that.
Red
Go to our
still
break
has
screen.
one
And
checker
drop our
or more
credits for
left
some of the
in
artists who made
yellow's
this
home
the art on the
quarter
break
of the
screen
board.
possible.
For example, in this
You can listen to John
situation,
Clark talk about
Yellow
Backgammon, which
rolled
we'll be playing
5-4,
after
takes
Mario
his
Party
ticket
later on in
off,
the
and
stream,
because
towards the
checker
end of
is
it.
Still here. He has won
But
a
for now,
backgammon,
let's set the
which is
timer for
3 times the value of the cube.
10 minutes.
3
Where's
points if
my
the cube is in the middle, 6
timer?
points if
Yeah,
it's
here
on
we
2,
go.
12 points if it's on 4, and so
All
on.
right, so I will see you.
These are
in
just some of
10
the
minutes.
basics of the game.
And thanks for watching.
And I hope that's been of some help. Okay, we're going to take a look at all of the opening rolls and the correct plays for those opening rolls. There are only 15 of them. There being 36 rolls of the dice. 6 of them are doubles. Since you can't start with a double, that leaves 30 rolls, all of which are duplicated, so therefore only 15 different rolls. So let's take a look at all of them. 2-1 for yellow. He would bring a checker down from the 13 point to the 11 point, and he would slot from 6 to 5 with the 1. Alternatively, he can split at the back. Not a huge difference between these two plays. Largely a question of style and what type of a game you want to provoke. Personally, I prefer the slot. This is known as a slot. 3-1, a complete no-brainer, and the best opening roll you can get. You make your 5 point. The golden point. Paul McGreal's book, 1975. Barter your soul, sell your wife, but make your 5 point. Complete no-brainer, the 3-1, you make your 5 point. 4-1, much the same as the 2-1, 1 checker down from the midpoint, and either slot your 5 point or split at the back. Not a huge difference between these plays, just a question of style, which one you prefer, and what you think of your opponent. Do you want a complicated game? Do you want an easy game? 5-1, quite similar. You can slot with a 5-1. It's slightly incorrect. Generally, you would split from the back with the 5-1. 6-1, again, a bit of a no-brainer. You just make your bar point. 6-1, make it like that if you like. 3-2, 2 checkers down from the midpoint. Candidate play is also to bring 1 down and split from the back, either like that or like that. Personally, I prefer 2 checkers down from the midpoint. 4-3, much the same, 2 checkers down from the midpoint. Alternatively, 1 checker down with a 4, split with the 3, or 1 checker down with a 3 and split with a 4. Personally, I prefer 2 checkers down. 5-3, you make an inner board point. The books in the 70s suggested that you should bring 2 checkers down like this. We now know this is incorrect, and that making a point in board at any match score is the correct opening play with a 5-3. Then the 3-6, out with a 6, down with a 3. This looks more vulnerable than it really is, but this is the correct play for 6-3. Some people prefer to run, but this really does very little to improve yellow's position, and almost a third of the time this checker gets hit, and very limited return shots for yellow when this checker does get hit. correct play with a 6-3, one checker out and one checker down. The 4-2, continuing our theme of making inner board points when you possibly can. You make your 4 point. Nothing really to discuss there. No other play to consider with an opening 4-2. It's an excellent number, almost as good as an opening 3-1. Then the 4-5, 2 checkers down would be wrong. This time it's correct to split from the back, but again the difference is not huge, largely determined by the opponent, evaluation analysis, and what type of game you want to provoke. The 6-4 is probably the most contentious of all opening rolls. You can make your 2 point. You can run one checker all the way from the back, or the aggressive play, one checker out and one checker down. This provokes a lot of contact, a blot hitting contest that the superior player is likely to win because the plays become much more complex and technical. If you're playing a weaker player, you want to play the advanced play. If you're playing a stronger player, you want to play the simple play. And in my view, if you're 2 points away from victory in a match or 4 points away from victory in a match, you want to make your 2 point. Why do you want to make your 2 point? Because if you're 2 or 4 points away, a gammon can win you the match. If you're 2 points away from victory, an undoubled gammon is the most efficient way to win the match with the least risk, and making your 2 point slightly reduces your percentage wins, but it increases the number of gammons that you win. So at 2 away or 4 away from victory, make your 2 point with the 6-4 opening. 5-2, 2 checkers down from midpoint. Some people like to split. I don't care for it myself. This is rather vulnerable to 3-3 and 5-5. Admittedly, excellent response rolls for red under all circumstances. But I like to get a checker down and bearing on the 5 point. This is the point I want to make early on in the game. That's the 5-2, and now the 5-6, completely standard. Not much to think about here. This roll even has a name. It's called Lover's Leap. 5-6, just play from the 24 point to the 13 point. And finally, 6-2. Same as the 6-3, out with 1 and down with 1. Much weaker just to continue trying to run this. And much weaker, although not that much weaker, to slot your 5 point. Remember, this gets hit a little over a third of the time. And if it doesn't get hit, you are a good favourite to be able to make this point, because you can make it with all 1s, 3s and 8s. So with the 6-2, that concludes all of the opening rolls. I hope this has been of some help. Okay, we've looked at the 15 opening rolls and how to play them. Of course, for all the 15 opening rolls, there are 21 responses, because you can respond in a second roll situation with a double. You can't open with a double. So there are 15 opening rolls and 21 different response rolls. 21 times 15 means 315. So I'm just going to look at a couple of them here that tend to get misplayed. Let's say yellow opens with a 4-1 and red rolls a double 2. Beginner's mistake is to play 1, 2, 3, 4, hitting 2 checkers. It seems perfectly reasonable in a game which is essentially a race to put 2 of yellow's checkers back to the beginning. The play is actually incorrect, and the correct play is to hit 1 and to make a valuable inner board point. If the opening roll for yellow of the 4-1 were played like this, then the response roll is completely different. You still make your home board point, you don't make the advanced anchor, you bring 2 checkers down here. You may have spotted that, of course, a double 2, and given that you can play all doubles twice, you could in fact play double 2 like this and hit this checker. You'll still like that. But this doesn't really do a great deal for Red's game, and he gets a greater equity increase if the 4-1 is played like that, just to make a valuable point in the outfield and a valuable point in his home board. unstacks 2 heavy points, and much better than the hit. A few other response rolls which are interesting are, let's say yellow opens with a 6-5 and red also rolls a 6-5. Yes, of course he can play the same move, but a flair play with a very slight equity sacrifice is to play the 6-5 like this. It's not the correct play, but if you're playing a weaker opponent, it can easily be correct because this will complicate the game thereafter. Response rolls are rather critical because they will determine the texture and the type of game that is to follow. Okay, we're going to look at the doubling cube. This is the strange cube that's numbered 2 to 64 that comes in every backgammon set. We know that lots of people buy backgammon sets, but they don't actually know why this is in the board. What's it for? Should it be rolled? Is it just a marker? Why is it numbered 2 to 64? Here's the explanation. The doubling cube starts in the middle, usually with the 64 face upwards in the middle. This represents 1. The game is currently worth 1 point. If one player perceives that he has a considerable advantage in this game, then he would like to play this game for more points. A bit like a raise in poker. So yellow obviously has a commanding position here. So before his roll, the only time he can double, he offers a double to his opponent. He does this by placing the doubling cube from the middle into the center of the board, face upwards, with the 2 showing. Now his opponent, basically in match play anyway, has only 2 choices. He can take, which he does by pulling the cube towards him and usually announcing take.
Alright, we're back to Mario Party Superstars. And let's live dangerously. Let's go for... Yeah, let's see if I could do this for another 2 hours. There we go. There we go. Alright. Yep, so that was a little John Clark showing some of the strategy and thinking behind Backgammon. And surprisingly, a lot of that that thinking kind of applies to right here. If I seriously doubt that Cockaboy is asking if you wonder if they'll use Chris Platt to voice any Mario audio heard at the Super Nintendo World. I doubt it just for the sake of savings alone, because Chris Pratt is a big enough name that he'd probably be able to demand residuals based on tickets sold. And that's not something Nintendo wants to have to deal with, paying this guy between a nickel and $1 for each ticket sold while they're using his voice clips for attractions and things like that. But it's not unheard of for celebrities to be involved with theme park type stuff. For instance, I know the late Robin Williams lended his voice to a robot character in an attraction that was in Epcot in the late 90s, and I am familiar with that because I was there when I went back in 98. Yeah, it was some kind of attraction at Epcot where it was provided the voice for an animatronic robot that was sort of hosting the attraction. So it's not out of the question for, A-list celebrities to be involved. And then, for a while, I think Ellen DeGeneres was hosting the show that took place on the train ride inside Spaceship Earth, also in Epcot. So it's not unheard of for celebrities to voice theme park attractions. And then I guess there was the Seas with Nemo and Friends. I guess Ellen DeGeneres also, I don't know if Dory has any spoken lines in there, but I'm guessing she would have provided her voice for that attraction as well. So, I say that in the specific context of Nintendo and Charles Martinet and Mario and everything, because I think the Mario movie is going to be kind of a short-term topic. Unless Nintendo specifically themes aspects of the Super Nintendo land or Super Nintendo World. I keep saying Nintendo Land because of the theme park, and I don't want to say Nintendo World because the Nintendo store in New York City used to be called Super Nintendo World. But as far as that goes, yeah, it's not impossible, but I just don't think it's especially likely because Martinet's Mario performance is going to be used as like the not generic Mario, I guess I don't want to phrase it that way, but it is like the standard Mario characterization, and it'll be able to be used regardless of any contracts that Pratt might have signed that only applied to material specifically made for the movie. So, I don't think I've ever won this minigame. Especially now that I'm playing against harder difficulty AIs.
Start.
I don't know, something about that start voice seemed very, like, sort of... I mean, I know it's an actual voice actor, but it's just... seemed very, like, sort of an automated message you hear, like, while operating a machine or something. Or while riding a theme park ride, or like, please keep hands inside the vehicle, that kind of thing. Yeah, I might as well skip straight to my own turn. I did not, okay, I messed up. I lose.
Finish. Winner. Oh.
Yeah, so I gained or lost nothing from that. Well, I mean, I lost the minigame, but I didn't lose any... Like, if that was... the way the Mario Party 1 rules work, like I was saying earlier in the stream, Mario Party 1 was very cutthroat, and had a lot of emphasis on losing coins and stealing coins from other players, using normal minigames. And if that was a Mario Party 1 minigame, I would have been out... I would have probably been... had to pay up several coins just for losing. And that's part of the reason why the Mario Party 1 boards, like this one and Peach's Birthday Cake, they both give you a 10 coin bonus for making a full lap around the board. Whereas Mario Party 2 onwards really didn't have that. I mean, there are a number of Mario Party games I didn't touch at all, but they don't... Once with Mario Party 2 and 3, once there was not so much of an emphasis on losing coins and stealing coins from other players, they really retired the whole concept of getting the 10 coin bonus for completing a lap around the board. They did bring that back for the specific Mario Party 1 boards here, even if that emphasis on coin theft and losing coins through normal minigames was sort of toned down in the course of rebalancing these maps. Let's see if I... Oh my goodness. Okay, I need... I could end up getting... This is a ×2. This is going to be interesting. Because... Okay. I have to prevent them from making a total of 10 or more goals. Alright, that makes sense now. Just had to get a sense of the timing and the logic of this particular game. Okay. Man, this is tough. And, one more ball and that's it. I feel like I didn't feel fair. I mean, I know I just have to get good, but playing against a super hard human AI, computer AIs, well, computer AIs, it's super hard computer players. So let's see what happens if... I mean, I don't really feel that bad for having lost that mini game because if I had... Let's say Oh! Well, this is... Well, there goes what I was going to say before. I was going to say, well, I would have gotten I would have gotten 20 coins if I won, but I'm about to hit I'm pretty much destined to hit that... I have to pass Bowser anyway. So... But yeah, now I actually have... Oh my goodness. At least I'm not going to lose my last couple of coins to Bowser. And that activation of the Luigi reaction sticker was completely accidental. Yeah, I wish they had... I love these stickers. I wish they had more Koopa Troopa stickers, like Betrayal there. Betrayal. I wish they had more Koopa Troopa and Yoshi stickers, because I like the pink Yoshi and the yellow Yoshi down there. And the pink one.
Luigi time.
But... Alright. I cannot afford this star by any means. Peach is gonna get it. Unless between now and Peach's turn, someone hits the happening space. Which would be hilarious. X-Ray Payday. I don't think I've... Watch the box so they get extra. See what's inside. Try to open them with coins in them. Man, the idea of scanning boxes with an X-ray to find which ones have bombs in them is a bit... Like, even by Mario Party 6, like, that... I mean, during the time... I'm surprised... This minigame has certain implications. Certain things have certain implications they might not have at the time, sort of like, Alright. Now, I'm missing out on some, but I'm definitely... These two. Got it. Got it. Alright. I thought I was tearing that up. How did Mario get so many coins? I thought I was doing great. Oh boy, does this make me excited for playing Pokemon. I don't know when Pokemon Stadium's coming out on... On the Nintendo Switch Online's N64 app. Because with all these N64 games that they're adding, there are a lot of potential to recreate some of those 1990s Friday nights after school when all my homework was done and Mom or Dad would take us to Blockbuster. Me and my brother would rent usually one N64 and one PlayStation. We'd get one game each. But we'd usually split it up between our two sisters. We get one N64 game, one PlayStation game, and get a pizza and head on home. And just the memories of playing those N64 games late at night. All right, so the only way Peach wasn't going to get the star, if something bananas happened, where she got, I guess, bamboozled, to put it gently. Alright. Alright, Peach has got a warp block, so if any of us are close to a star, there's a pretty good potential she'll try to use that to see if she could swap out with the person who's closest to the star. And now it's my turn again. Now, the one thing is, I'm on the same side as the star, and I have pretty good odds of... Well, I mean, now that I have... I'm so used to playing without this 10-coin bonus mechanic that I now just suddenly have more than enough coins to get the star. So if no one lands on a happening spot before I get to that next star, I'm definitely getting the next star. Okay, we have a 1v3 game. This one is really... Alright, the most about... just timing your... I think you have to hit the... I do regret that they made this minigame be about Petey Piranha, instead of being about... instead of being the sort of vine creature ambulatory piranha plant. Yeah, because I like piranha plants, but I don't like PD piranha. I like just like actual vanilla piranha plants. If there's such a thing as a vanilla carnivorous ambulatory plant. Well, actually, regular piranha plants aren't ambulatory. Well, the one in Smash Brothers says he sort of shuffles around with his roots in his little pot. That was so Tookusy. Like, I couldn't have been possibly been doing any better, but that's sort of the nature of 1v3 minigames. Is that if your teammates don't pull their weight, there's no chance you're gonna be able to win. Or significantly reduced, because there's some minigames where even if the other two players are total clowns, as far as AIs go, as a human player, you can be good enough to carry the weight for the rest of the team. But that was not one of them. If your other teammates are not
Here we go.
pounding the cloud good. Pounding the cloud makes it sound like you're doing a hack on a web-based storage service or something.
Mario time.
Alright, so... yeah, he's gonna warp straight to the star. Now, unlike... yeah, other... like, newer Mario Party 2's game logic would have worked so that whenever someone collects a star, the star location changes. On this map, in Mario Party 1, the star... there'll be different mechanics that will make it... that will route you either to the star or to Bowser sometimes. But on these maps, just collecting the star does not change locations just because someone collects it. Alright, so you have to land on the event space like Mario just did to Switch, who has the star. I just realized you could hold A to fast forward the cutscene. That's cool.
Luigi time.
They were so polite about the toll. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and pay the toll to get to the other island. I'm not gonna overpay. Because I very well... no, like, trying to be on the right island at the right time is kind of like... but yeah, so next turn, unless someone else lands on a happening spot, I should be able to collect that star. Now this one is fun. This one is a lot of fun. Most of the time when I play it, I'm actually it, I guess, so to speak.
Start.
Now this game, this is one of those games I could tell would be so much more satisfying with another human player, but with a bunch of silly AIs that are just bouncing around randomly, I have no chance of... oh my gosh, Yoshi! You loser! Yoshi, you loser! You had him! You had him! Yeah, that's one of those mini games where it's a lot more fun to be it than be on the team, because the computer players just do whatever, even with a good AI. Like, you can't coordinate with the other... it sucks. I wonder. I just considered the possibility. Oh. Yeah, so now I have a 1 in 3 chance of not getting the star next turn, and that's if the star even stays on the island I'm currently on. Let me just check my frames real quick. Alright, it looks like it's okay. And wait a second. Okay, never mind. No, the thwomp making the thwomp noise messed with me a little bit, because I associate that noise with the Mario 64 thwomps and not the more traditional thwomp. Yeah, that's another. I just considered that. Yeah, they probably have the blue thwomp blocks for Mario 64 in the N64 version. But now, since Mario Galaxy, they went back to the more traditional style thwomp blocks.
Luigi time.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, I got unlucky. There's not much you can do about it. I don't know, I guess it would be more amusing if I had like a "No, I've been bamboozled" type reaction, but I guess, I mean, it's like playing Mario 64 and like going bananas when you get bamboozled. It's sort of like complaining about getting wet when you go swimming at the... Oh my goodness. Now that I'm upset, not because I got bamboozled, but because I just forgot what the controls were and accidentally used the brakes right in front of Mario and his little spike snow sled thing. Yeah, because otherwise, if that storm didn't go the way it did. I was like there was like a no-brainer for me to get that star, but that's just how Mario Party be.
Here we go.
Mario time.
No. So he's gonna get his 4th star. This is not looking good for me, but you can turn Mario Party can turn around in just a couple of turns. You didn't mean to use the word turn twice. Now that reminds me, there was this poem I wrote. I didn't share it publicly yet, fortunately. Where I realized, I wrote it a few months ago. I wrote it back in this, oh my goodness. Yeah, someone landed on that spot. They're switching sides now. I was writing this poem, and I realized I rhymed the word back with itself. I used the word back like 3 times in 2 stanzas, and I was like, oh my gosh, I rhymed the word back with back twice in just 2 stanzas. How did I let this slip by? That is such lazy, bad-looking writing. And so fortunately I did not share that poem publicly yet. Now, hold on. No! I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I just wanted to look at the board. I didn't mean to back out of the... If I get the... I don't even want that. I did not mean to do that. I only meant to view the map. I wanted to buy the golden pipe. I just wanted to check the map first. I mean, I probably wasn't going to be fair. I probably was not going to buy that because I would have had to spend the price of getting a star just for an item to allow me to get the star. So let's see how this works. Oh, you can only hold 1 letter at a time. I never played this minigame before. Okay, let's go for this. Yeah, the only GameCube Mario Party game I played was Mario Party 4, which was the last game I rented from Blockbuster. It was the end of an era. Because for some weird reason, we just never ended up returning that one to Blockbuster, and we just decided not to go back to Blockbuster rather than pay the fee to all the late fees and probably the replacement fee. I don't know what happened. I don't know if the car broke down. It was just some weird event where we just, for the first time ever, just never returned the game to Blockbuster. All right. Wow, I got... Oh my... I thought I got a lot, but Peach got 1 more. Yeah, so all the GameCube Mario Party mini games and maps. Well, this doesn't have any GameCube maps on it. This only has GameCube mini games.
I did it. Oh yeah.
All right, so I have the dueling glove. I'm probably not even going to use. Wow, it translated the blub 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 into I think Peach will win. So that's oh, excuse me. Wowee. Okay, I don't want to use the dueling glove. It's not that exciting to me. But if I do land on another player, a duel will start automatically. Looks like he's going to get potentially the inflatable tube again. No, he's getting the cursed dice block.
Here we go.
Okay, let's see what we can do. Yeah, of course she's going to warp straight to the star, but that's not necessary. If this was Mario Party 2, I'd be like, oh no, I'm ruined, because I'm right in front of... I was right near the star, and then someone else nabbed it, and it's going to change positions. But no, the star only changes positions when someone actually lands on a event space. I still call them happening spaces because of my Mario Party 1 and 2 sensibilities. I think Mario Party 4 had happening spaces as well.
Mario time.
Will you steal? Okay. I was gonna say, are you gonna actually try to steal a coin from me? I am so behind. There's no way. It is. No, I'm not gonna say there's no way. I don't want to be negative, but I'm going to need significant luck and skill in order to turn this match around. I don't know why he's got the sneezels all of a sudden, but
Yeah.
okay. I just want to look at... Yeah, I'm right. It's really a delight to have me back to streaming, says Clackaboy. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I was looking forward to it for a long time, so I'm glad that, yeah, a lot of people contacted me saying how happy they are that I'm streaming again, and I was like, yeah, that's good, because I enjoy doing this. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the full 10. Yep, 10. Oh no, I have to... That's the annoying thing. Okay, Mario Party 2 and other Mario Party games, you select with the directional controls, then you press A to go ahead and select and confirm the choice. And here the different buttons perform different actions. Like, only the X button will let you hit the dice. Only the... I think the Y button will let you do the item. So it's a little it's a very different interface to sort of have to wrap my head around.
You got a star.
And...
Yes.
And, yep. Here we go. Oh, I have to play a minigame for this. Okay.
Start.
Oh my goodness, I got Baby Bowser.
Too bad.
Not Baby Bowser, Bowser Jr. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Bowser Jr. was not a thing in the Nintendo 64 era. Bowser Jr. appeared flat out of nowhere as a plot twist in Mario Sunshine. Like, aha, it was Bowser Jr. the whole time. And I'm like, who the heck is Bowser Jr.? Who is this new character that's never before mentioned or implied to have existed in Mario? And all of a sudden it's like, oh, of course, it was Bowser Jr. in disguise. I'm like, what? And they just acted like he'd always existed.
Start.
Oh my goodness, my patterns that I used to use on the N64, they did not serve me as well as they did before. Fortunately, I was able to recover and went anyway. But yeah, the way I work that board on Mario Party 2, it never leaves that corner one sitting behind. Because I was just following my Mario Party 2 muscle memory, and in this version, I didn't quite tilt the board enough to get that corner block. Gonna use that on... Okay, but I thought he was gonna use it on me. But I guess Mario's a little closer. Or maybe just because he's in first, the AI will treat him as more of a threat. Okay, so he's paying the minimum to get to the other island.
Here we go.
So yeah, I don't think she's going to be able to make it all the way around the board in time to get another star before the end of this game. But she's by far ahead in terms of coins. So if she's able to buy a... You know what? If she... I don't know if the items that are for sale in the shop are randomized or not. But if she can gets the golden pipe as an option in the store, then she will be able to get to the next star before the end of this match.
Luigi time.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and just roll as high as we can. Okay, we got the 10. Alright, so next turn I'll be able to use the shop. If no one lands on a happening spot, there's going to be a lot of just scrambling around this one left island in order to get to the... in order to just collect as many... Okay, this is going to be a tough one. We might as well just jump right into it. I have to concentrate. I have to concentrate for this one. Okay. Okay. I've counted them all up. I just have to count down now as they blow up. I believe I'm right. Alright. Those dumb crates in the way. Yes, I got it. I got it. Yes. That's cool. Okay.
All right.
And Any coins, Yoshi wager? Any coins? Alright. I'm just gonna prepare something for... Maybe we'll have an unexpected... Yeah, we'll just... I just want to... Why isn't... There we go. Alright, just wanted to copy something into my clipboard for later. Maybe I'll do something I didn't plan on doing. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But while I'm looking at my streaming, my broadcast software, why don't I check? Yep, no drop frames. We're good.
Mario time.
3-2. So Mario's gonna get this next star. Yeah, if no one lands, this is not like Mario Party 2 and later Mario Party games. There's a lot of emphasis on movement of the star location. In this map, the star only moves if a player lands in the happening spot. So it's a good way to... Because I think all the players are on this left side now. And I'm really eager to use this shop. Oh yeah, we got a nice high roll there. Welcome to the item shop. Would you like to buy something? Gold. Yes! Oh my goodness. You could potentially salvage this whole game. Because last time I bought this, it did not work out. Okay, so we'll see what we roll. Alright. So I need a good... If I get a good roll next turn, then the following turn I could use the pipe. I don't think there's an item that lets you steal items from other characters, so I'm not worried about losing the pipe in this game. Okay, I see what's going on. Alright, I remember this game now. It's been a while since I played it, but I remember this now.
Start.
I like how it goes do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, and then it just goes... It doesn't go any higher, it just keeps... Yeah, did they ever make a Mario snowboarding game? I know they did the Mario Sports Mix type games on DS and Wii. Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh, I tore that up. I'm sure I tore that up. Yeah, 47,000. Yeah, I definitely tore that up. Yeah, I'm the next Shaun White. Meanwhile, Yoshi's the next Kemi Dunaway. I don't want to make fun of her too much for her snowboarding injury. That the fact that she made that snowboarding injury and the card she got a major part of E3 2008 was just so... the result was not very good. Actually, I'm gonna just... If anyone... last summer, I watched Nintendo's E3 2003 through 14. Yeah, E3 2003 through E3 2014. And... commented on them. It was some of the last streams I did on Twitch. I decided to schedule these streams to the point where I realized I was going to have to bow out from Twitch for at least a few months, if not a year or more. And I was like, this is something I definitely want to do if it turns out to be the case that I cannot stream again for, between 6 months and a year. Fortunately, it did not nearly end up being that long. But down there, I have E3 2003 through 2011 up on YouTube as VODs. I do want to make like abridged versions with some of the best moments from those streams. But what I think is the reason I haven't posted. Oh yeah, I had the jack-o'-lantern Clackaboy saying, "Oh, you familiar with the McDonald's Halloween Happy Meal buckets from the 80s and 90s are coming back this Tuesday?" Yeah, I had the orange pumpkin one with the little eyes that have like are like looking up. It's kind of like rolling its eyes, like the smile. It's like looking up in the corner. I had that. I didn't get one each year because when I got. Hey, do you remember the Happy Meal toys that were not really? They were just. Well, first off, I have the Happy Meal toys that are just like the robot that's like a hotcakes, like the old styrofoam like burger tray, and it folds out into a robot. It's kind of a play off on Transformers. There's like a hotcakes one, then there's a hamburger one, like the old styrofoam hamburger carton. And then there was the one that was like the Halloween toys, and I had one that was like a high school jock type character, but it was like a zombie or a vampire or something, and he was in like a little orange coffin, and there was like a dial, and you spun it to reveal him. Do you remember those toys? I had those, and I lost them all in doggone Hurricane Sandy. But I only lost a bunch of McDonald's toys and stuff that if I had them still, they would just be sitting under in a closet in a box because I don't have the heart to throw them away. So the fact that I lost them is like, okay, people lost a lot more in that horrible disaster than some 30-year-old Happy Meal toys. So I think I'll take the... Yeah, I'd want to... Wait a second. Yeah, actually, now I'm going to use the Bowser. Yeah, I'm glad I checked, because I forgot for a second, I'm like, wait, didn't the coin... Wait, no. I want to... You know what else I remember having? Do you remember the Tailspin toys? They had... At one point, there was like a Tailspin Happy Meal... Yeah, there was like a Tailspin Happy Meal. And the toys were like die-cast metal with a plastic figurine inside it. And I'm like, who remember? Like, how long ago? What the idea that Happy Meal toys being made of metal? That is like such a bygone era. Yeah, though those I lost in Sandy too. This is not, and I say all this fondly because frankly, like I'm glad I'm rid of that stuff. I wish I hadn't lost them in that way, but I'm better off without that stuff. Frankly, I'm like even in like 94 or 95 one day I'm like I have too much toys and stuff. I had to donate a whole bunch of all my McDonald's toys and stuff like that. Cause it's just like even as in my childhood, I was like, how much stuff do I need? Because my parents got me Happy Meals because that's just what you did when you took a kid to McDonald's, and it's just like. And then like one of the only toys I ever saw at McDonald's. Oh, I'm sure they'll only sell the bucket, especially since the fact that they're bringing back those buckets and they're using like the late 80s, early 90s style designs for those buckets. Those buckets are I'm sure 95% of the motivation is to sell that to people in their 30s and 40s who remember the old school buckets and not to actual kids. Now, on one hand, nostalgia stuff is fun. But on the other hand, because I was into nostalgia stuff before it became marketable and the companies became aware of marketing that. And I was like, okay, you're not going to sell me back my childhood while stealing my future under my nose. Like I was, as much as into nostalgia as I was before it became fashionable, I'm glad that it is easier to get those sort of throwback type things, but I'm also kind of cynical and skeptical of it at the same time. I hope that I don't mean to spoil anyone's enjoyment of that. Now, yeah, if I had a bigger apartment, yeah, I haven't, because I still haven't even taken over all of my belongings that are still in the storage unit in the state where I used to live. I'll do that once I get a bigger apartment where I'm at now. Yeah, I'm fidgeting with these dice here, and these are not my Backgammon dice. These are just little red and blue generic dice, like board game type dice. Well, I mean, Monopoly's a board game. Like Backgammon dice, like casual Backgammon dice have these rounded edges and are like a millimeter smaller. And board game dice have the sharper edges. Now, I don't have any precision dice, which is what you'd use. And I can't believe I lost a doggone star on the second to last turn, but oh well. That's Mario Party for you. No, I'm very sure they'd sell you the bucket. Because for a while they've had, like, since in the last 15 years, a lot of Happy Meals have been like collected by adults trying to assemble a collection to hopefully flip someday. Now this... Now if I was playing as the targets, it's very easy for this game. Thank you. There we go. Now when I'm playing as the AIs in the target team, it's very easy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Am I actually gonna lose this? Oh my... That's... How did... I felt... Okay, I thought I was moved all the way over and I wasn't. That's the only reason they got... Oh, that's a cool... Okay, the animations there is cool because they show that the characters are holding up the signs with the targets on them. But that detail is not in Mario Party 2. That's pretty cool. You know, that's a cool... I just thought of a cool idea for some videos. To show the differences between the Mario Party Superstars version of these minigames and the versions from the original games. I could definitely do that for Mario Party 1 and 2. And Mario Party 3 is coming to N64 Online. Mario Party 1 and 2... And I already have access to Mario Party 2 via Nintendo Switch Online. And then through the... I have already access to Mario Party 2 through, not Switch Online, but the Wii U Virtual Console. Then Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 are coming to the Switch. So that'll be an opportunity for me to... I have to figure out... I have to rig together the means by which I can...
You got a star.
Yeah, I have to rig together the means by which I can play... Excuse me, I just realized I have break-in out there. What I need to have is... No, that's... I need to have... Okay. No, that's not what I wanted to have. I need... No, that's not it. I need... I forgot to change it to... No, that's not what I wanted to have happen. I need... Am I really... Why am I having this hard of a time? Countdown, element, end in. That's... Okay, so that's the ticker. Sorry, I just need to turn on... Break in. Do I not have end in on the screen? I'm very sure. Yeah, I forgot to put in the text that says end in, so... Alright, so that's, I had to forget something. And that was it. Yeah, with losing that star to Bowser, there's minimal chance of me winning this. But maybe the real Mario Party was the friends we made along the way. Peach has the most to steal from, so I guess I'll just use her. So we have a Battle Royale game now. So at least, I'm up at least 3 coins, but... Oh my goodness, 30 coins. This is a massive game. Well, massive stakes at play here. Alright. Ice Rink Risk. So this is... Wonder if that's the bup. I guess I'm fortunate that I don't... Oh my... It landed right on top of me. I didn't even have time to walk away. As soon as I saw the shadow, I started walking away, and it just landed on me and knocked me out. That is rubbish. That was not fair at all.
Winner.
It wasn't a matter of I wasn't fast enough. There was no physical way I could have gotten out of the way that fast. Because I saw the shadow appear right above my character. I started to move. And it just wouldn't move me out of the way in time. That was garbage. But oh well. That's Mario Party for you. Alright. Yeah, unless I go totally... Unless I really go bananas in terms of winning bonus stars at the end, it's not likely that I'm going to be winning this one.
Start.
Okay, oh my goodness, that was quick.
Winner.
Alright, let's see. Let's see how severely I lose, because, I mean, rich bonus. I'm definitely not getting that one. Second bonus, we get unlucky bonus. I think I'm gonna get that, because I landed at least on one deliberately. Yep. If I get the rest of these, I think if... Okay. Yeah, mathematically, I don't think there's any way I could win this. Yep, there we go. Yeah. I mean, the fact that I won the first one with the hardest AI level, the first time even playing against AIs that were that good, is like more than I could have hoped for. It's more than I expected. I expected to lose both of these severely. And I didn't even get in last place, so let's tally up our... Let's get our... Hold on, 10... Yeah, how about... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Actually... Yeah, I'm just planning out how I'm going to do the rest of the stream. I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, let's turn to the square. I think it's already saved, but... I'm going to do a little, sort of, little 5-minute break. Just stretch a little bit. And... Yeah. Yeah, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to do a little 5-minute break. Let me change out my category and all that. And while...
One die from the cup.
We're going to drop a credit from the artist here.
One die.
Here, John
right
Clark tell you a little bit about the game we're about to play.
So it's a re-roll. For the roll to be valid, the die has to land flat on the field. If it's on top of a checker, it's a re-roll. If it's on top of a bar or the frame, it's a re-roll. Or if it's cocked on its side, it's a re-roll. It must land flat on the field. In this case, it's a 4-1, and red has the higher number, and he starts the game with a 4-1. He plays the aggressive 13-9, 6-5, and slots. Picks his dice up, indicating the end of his move, and then yellow rolls 2 dice. A double 6 on this occasion, a tremendous number. He plays 2 checkers to the bar point and 2 checkers to the back point. Essentially, this game is a race. You are trying to get all of your checkers into your home board. This is your home board. But because the checkers move in different directions, one player plays clockwise, the other player plays anti-clockwise. Because of this differing direction, a conflict occurs where checkers come into conflict with other checkers. A single checker can be hit and has to go on the bar and can only re-enter in the opponent's home board. In other words, it's almost like going back to the beginning in Ludo. It has to start a long way back and it has to work its way around. The objective of the game is to get all your checkers into your home board. That was a false move, by the way. You can't move across this side of the board. You can only move this way round, but I'm just assuming they've come that way round. You want to get all your checkers into your home board, like this, and start bearing them off. once you've got all of your checkers into your home board, and only when they are all in your home board, can you start bearing off. The bear off is determined by the rolls of the dice. If you roll a 6, you can take a checker off the 6 point. If you roll a 5, one off the 5 point, and so on. And the idea is that you get all of your checkers off before your opponent gets all of his checkers off. If you get all of your checkers off before your opponent has any of his checkers off, this is called a gammon, and you win twice as many points. 2 points if the cube is still in the middle. If the cube is on 2, then they would win 4 points for a gammon. And about 1% of the time, a backgammon occurs. And a backgammon is when yellow has managed to take all of his checkers off, and red still has one checker or more left in yellow's home quarter of the board. For example, in this situation, yellow rolls a 5-4, takes these 2 checkers off, and because this checker is still here, he has won a backgammon, which is 3 times the value of the cube. 3 points if the cube is in the middle, 6 points if it's on 2, 12 points if it's on 4, and so on. These are just some of the basics of the game, and I hope that's been of some help. Okay, we're going to take a look at all of the opening rolls and the correct plays for those opening rolls. There are only 15 of them, there being 36 rolls of the dice. 6 of them are doubles. Since you can't start with a double, that leaves 30 rolls, all of which are duplicated, so therefore only 15 different rolls. So let's take a look at all of them. 2-1 for yellow. He would bring a checker down from the 13 point to the 11 point, and he would slot from 6 to 5 with the 1. Alternatively, he can split at the back. Not a huge difference between these two plays. Largely a question of style and what type of a game you want to provoke. Personally, I prefer the slot. This is known as a slot. 3-1, a complete no-brainer, and the best opening roll you can get. You make your 5 point. The golden point. Paul McGreal's book, 1975. Barter your soul, sell your wife, but make your 5 point. Complete no-brainer, the 3-1, you make your 5 point. 4-1, much the same as the 2-1, 1 checker down from the midpoint, and either slot your 5 point or split at the back. Not a huge difference between these plays, just a question of style, which one you prefer, and what you think of your opponent. Do you want a complicated game? Do you want an easy game? 5-1, quite similar. You can slot with a 5-1. It's slightly incorrect. Generally, you would split from the back with the 5-1. 6-1, again, a bit of a no-brainer. You just make your bar point. 6-1, make it like that if you like. 3-2, 2 checkers down from the midpoint.
Oops. Thanks, Tundex. Yeah, I was not planning to do that break. So I knew so yeah, when I do the unplanned breaks, that's when I start doing things like forgetting to turn my microphone back on. So to re-explain all of this, so I opened up with the doubles there, and the point of the opening roll is to see who has the higher roll to determine who goes first, and you cannot do that if you don't have a higher roller. And what I was saying was, and from what I've read, in the 70s, people who were entirely too rich off of fossil fuel dealings would have a house rule where if you if there was a double as your opening roll, it would automatically double the stakes of the game, and they were playing for entirely too much money. But that's a house rule. That's not the official rules of Backgammon, even though these are all in Clubhouse games, 51 Worldwide Classics. Yeah, and thanks, Tundex, by the way. But you know what I forgot? You know what else I forgot? I forgot to... Well, first off, we can mute this. There's not really any meaningful sound here. Hold on. We can mute this. And we could turn on the Pokemon Puzzle League soundtrack, which I have so much nostalgia for because Nintendo had the nerve to actually flat out put web quality MIDI files as the... Now I have not... I put that video... I have to warn you, I'm probably the only person streaming under the Backgammon category on Twitch right now. You are not about to see high-level plays. I'm just mostly... My previous Backgammon experience is playing at picnics with my mom as a kid, okay? I haven't memorized the ideal opening rolls and the ideal response rolls or anything like that. And what I'm actually doing this for is because I want to build a box and whisker chart out of the results of playing against the easy, intermediate, hard, and expert modes of this version of Backgammon that's included in Nintendo's Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. And in doing that, I want to be able to make box and whisker charts and other fun stuff like that if you're a dork like me, so I could just visualize. Now, if you're not familiar, I'm trying to move all my checkers from this upper right board down across to the left, and then down to my outer lower board, and then down to my home board here, and then bear them off into the bear-off tray. To do that, I roll, and those rolls determine the moves which I have to take, which I have to choose from. I can move any of my checkers, any legal move. A legal move means landing on an open spot or landing on a spot occupied by only a single opposing checker. So here I could roll up to 3. I could move this checker here 3, which would land it on this enemy checker down here. I knock him to the bar. He can't make any other moves until he re-enters his checker onto the field. So now, see, I rolled doubles. And rolling a double of any number is the equivalent of rolling that number 4 times, even though you're only playing with 2 dice. So I could move this one 1, 2, 3, 4. I can stop there. Or I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have a lot of spots I can land on, but I'm going to hit him on this spot here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then move this back checker. So now I'm in a nice spot because I don't have it. Well, I'm going to have to... I could leave him vulnerable there, or I could build up this point a little more. Either way... Sorry, a little itch there. Either way, I'm leaving a... I have to leave... Moving with any of those would leave an open spot somewhere. Now, oh man, I'm rolling a lot of... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I could hit him there, but now see, the reason that if I was playing against a human being, that there are a lot of things I will do here that I would not do against a human player, just because on easy mode, this player will consistently make suboptimal moves. So he's gonna hit my checker right there, or yeah, there we go. Yeah, if he didn't have to... There were situations where he wouldn't have had to... There was no move he was obligated to make, where he could have made a hit on... He could have hit my checker with no risk to himself the following turn, but they just fails to do so. So check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can't move that back checker, and I can't move with the 1 because he has 5 checkers there. So I've got to move one of these, and I can move this 1, 2, 3, 4. So by doing that, I move those first 2, and that was one move. Then I move the remainder. So when you use both dies to move a single checker, multiple, the value of both dies, you're not making it, like if I rolled like a 3 and a 2, I'm not making a single move of 5. I'm moving a move of 2 and a move of 3, or a move of 3 and a move of 2, of whatever the die value the hypothetical die value I gave. So I still can't move that back one, but I can hit there. And he's fairly unlikely to... See, look, he has to move his bar checker back in. He rolled a combination that couldn't land him on a space that was open to him. So that's what they call dance. And he just basically lost his turn that time around. Now I still have that one checker hanging out in the back. Yeah, let's use both of our moves here in the back. Get him. Because I can't start bearing off my checkers until all of my checkers are on that home board. Wait a second. Did I? Alright, I don't know why the timer... Yeah, I guess I just had to reopen the window that has my timer program in it. Because I'm like, there's no way I'm still having a problem with that. Okay. Yeah, the nice thing about doubles is that it makes it very easy to, yeah, Kalaka is saying they found the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. They were looking for it on YouTube, but no luck. Yeah, the Peanuts rights holders are really strict about... Actually, why don't I do this right now? I'm gonna open up a new window real quick. Excuse me. Oh no, that's my... Okay. I deliberately have my... I just want to type in... It's not likely. It's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown. It's probably not. Alright, it's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown is not even on... Oh wait, yeah, it's the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown is not available on Amazon Prime right now, and if it was on YouTube, I wouldn't risk just running the YouTube video of that, because that's one of those... Even the music alone, just the soundtrack of that alone is probably enough to get me in copyright problems. On the other hand, I streamed the entire television series of Nickelodeon's Animorphs, because no one cares about that series to the point where the entire series is just sitting in DVD quality on YouTube for years, even though the episodes are for sale on Amazon. Alright, so now him hitting that checker there, that totally has the potential to totally reinvent this game. So I can't... Yeah, let's actually... I'm gonna go ahead and work on moving that back checker over back to my home board, because I can't start bearing off until, yeah, I can't start bearing off until... I'm not sure... Because I'm going to be busy, I'm not sure how many streams I'll even be able to do up until Halloween. If I was going to stream anything for Halloween... I know I have plans for what I might do for next year's Halloween. But for this year's Halloween, if I'm even in town and I'm not busy or not traveling, I might do another Helio stream. That's my traditional Halloween game, I guess. Because it's a unique game in the sense that it has that creepypasta backstory. Without it... Yeah, if you're not familiar, Helios was an early 90s DOS game that was basically the first ever creepypasta game with a fourth wall breaking backstory, in which supposedly that it was distributed along with a text file explaining that written in the first person, where the creator of the game is explaining, well, what we know, you know, aside from the fiction of it all, of course. But no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. He has a good chance of... Ooh, ouch. Yeah, I knew... I figured there was a chance of that happening, but... So I have to re-enter here. Yeah, it's a backstory explaining that the game was supposedly left in their computer in a close encounter with aliens. And... it's cool because... Well, it's a DOS game. And a few years ago, a YouTuber with a bit of a following covered the game and its creepypasta backstory. And there was so little coverage of the game online that, you know, the thing about with creepypastas, they're like augmented reality games and stuff like that, where people make fake clues and fake evidence that is suggesting something that they created in conjunction with this fourth wall breaking story might be older than it seems. So this obscure DOS game shows up that was supposedly left by aliens, and no one's ever heard of this game before. And basically at that point, some of the only proof that this game actually existed in the 90s and wasn't something this that, you know, some hoaxer or the creator themselves created for the sake of this video. See, look, I've got all my checkers in, so now I can start bearing off. The thing about bearing off is that you have to bear off with exact change. So I have, I have a 5 pips to use on a die. I can't take, 5 and use one of the 5. I have to land exactly on that tray with no pips left over. So I have no choice but to bear off from my 6 point here. And you can think of the tray itself as 0.0. Yeah, and each year I beat like maybe 1 or 2 stages of Helios. Now I've been playing this game since the 90s, but I never actually beat it before. And it has a very everything about this game is very mysterious. For a long time, no one was able to get in contact with the let's see, look at this. Now, at this point, all our checkers have passed one another. So there's no chance of us hitting each other. At this point, it's just a race to get good rolls and bear off our checkers in as efficient a manner as possible. He can't start bearing off yet because he still has checkers in his outer board. I did not mean to do that, but actually, no, I could just undo that. I'll use my 6 to take off that, and then move that 5 over to my 1 point. No, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At this point, because you have to bear off with exact change, normally. But because I have a 6, I have no checkers on my 6 point, I have no checkers on my 5 point. The lowest point at which I can make a bear off is from here. Because if they made it they made it so that you had to bear off exact even when you rolled higher than what you past the highest point that you have checkers on, the end of the game would come down to like having to just a bunch of wasted rolls where you couldn't make any moves. So at this point, I am allowed to bear off without exact change. So basically how bearing off works is you must bear off with exact change if you are able to do so. But when you're bearing off, the double 6 is the ideal number to get because you could bear off. You're guaranteed to be able to remove checkers from the board. Now, if I'm able to bear off all my checkers before he bears off a single one. Well, we'll get to that when we get there. Alright. Hey, there we go. So I board off all my checkers before the opponent was able to bear off even 1 checker. which means that I won with what is called a gammon. So instead of getting 1 point towards this 5-point match, I get 2 points. So the first player to reach the agreed upon point value, which is normally always an odd number, so that way there's no chance of a tie outcome. So... Alright. So black moves first there. Yeah, I want to... There we go. And when I say, just for clarification, when I say like 6 point, I mean 6 points out for my tray. So if you think of the tray as 0 point, then the first point there is 1, and the second is 2, and so forth. And the funny thing about most computerized versions of Backgammon, well, a lot of them, is that they'll tend to make the position you're playing from here the default position. But when you're playing with an actual physical board, if I was playing black in this situation, I'd actually be playing in the opposite direction, because I'm trying... You bear off towards the tray closest to you. So in my case, I'm bearing off to my lower right. But if I was playing as black, I'd be bearing off to my lower left. And some people can only play one way or another, and it can be a bit of a harrowing experience having to play from the other perspective. Like in some tennis games, when you switch sides of the court. Yeah, what do I want to do? Yeah, let's go. Let's just go ahead and do that. 5. Okay, so I rolled. Yeah. So we're going to... Yeah, it's not going to be much of a blot hitting type of game at this point, because we're already... Now, well, I want to... If I get... Depending on what I roll, I may or may not be able to... Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and move this guy all the way forward. And next turn... as long as I don't get a 1 next turn, I'll be able to clear both of these off. Yeah, actually I can't, so I'm not going to. I'm not going to take the risk at this point. Just... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, what is me with enroll with? Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna be a little butt to him and do that. Just have one less spot for him to hit. That's like, that was close. You could have, if he hit me there, I would have basically reinvented the. There we go. Ooh, that's okay. So I wasn't especially likely he was going to get that, but now I am making. Yeah, I'm being a little reckless here in doing that, but let's see how. Now, see, look, now what I've built on the lower... What I've built on... I'm not as worried as I could be, because I've built a good wall of occupied checkers, so he's going to have to roll higher than he otherwise would have in order to... Okay. But I have a wall to get past back here as well. Actually, no. What I want to do... There we go. Yep, he couldn't re-enter. So, like, what these numbers mean on the bottom, like, right now, because, like, black has a checker on the bar. I'm just looking at my own. So, he's got 2 points that he could re-enter that checker on. If black were to try to re-enter. He has 1 checker, so that means he has a 55% chance of making, getting that checker back in. So a little better than 50% of the time, he's likely to be unable, he has a slightly better than 50-50 shot of getting back in. Let's work on getting this guy out of from behind that little... Oh my gosh, he actually made it back in. But he's still got quite a bit of a... 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh man, he's got quite the it's not impossible, but he could have... I may be able to stall him for a very long time. Actually, no, I want to move that 1. There we go. Get everyone up. Yeah, I could potentially be keeping black trapped back here on my home board until the time comes. Yeah, let's... Now, if I can keep black trapped back here until the end of my game, I will win 3 points and instantly win. So... Actually, wait. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I don't want to give up my... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, that's okay, that's more than... So, one way or another, I'm going to have to leave a blot out there. And I got unlucky. Now, if I... Huh. Man, that's the perfect... And I can... Yeah... 1, 2, 3. I can't move that back checker any further. But I have to make... Is it really going to get into a... Am I going to have to use this 1 checker in the back? These two... That one... My... White's back checker and my... Oh my goodness, I have to re-enter now. Yeah, and I danced. It's potential. If I could get back in, it's possibly going to come into a fight between those 2 checkers to decide the game. And so that's 1 move where I send 1 back to the bar. So he can't even re-enter. So right now... Ooh, this is fierce. Okay. And I can make... No. I'm just going to move him forward a little bit further. Yeah, I have been thinking a lot about what old... Because a lot of old stuff that the copyright holders don't care about anymore. People are streaming very freely on Twitch and have been for years. I've streamed some PBS stuff like Computer Chronicles, which is constantly being shown on... There's like an old video games and tech channel that constantly streams that kind of stuff 24 hours. So I'm interested in showing a lot of stuff like that. So if I can move this guy... Can I... See, look, I can... So let me just show off the doubling cube mechanic. So there's every backgammon set comes with this strange die-looking thing that's numbered 1 through 64. It's inverted on my webcam here. And a lot of people don't know what it's for. They think, oh, it's for some weird gambling thing. I don't think of that. What this is, this indicates the stakes of the game. The default position is for it to be on 64 between the two players. If I believe I have a significant advantage in this case. Black is trapped on the bar. All my checkers are on my home board. So if I were playing with a board, I would take the cube from 64, put it with the 2 facing up, and offer to my opponent, say I propose to double. The opponent will either say, hey, there's no way I could turn this around. I'm going to lose possibly a gammon or a backgammon. If I decline this double, I will lose instantly, but lose only 1 point. Lose only the current stakes of the game at a single value. So if I'm behind and the opponent offers a double, it's a way of speeding up tournaments. It was originally is why this was made up. If a player has a significant advantage, it's a way that both players can agree, hey, we're going to end the game here. You've basically won. Or the players think, hey, I think I could turn this around. I see a way I could still win. They accept the cube. They take control of it. And the game is now played for double the stakes. And the player who takes the cube is the only one who could then redouble to say, hey, I'm going to double back. We're going to play for, we're going to multiply the stakes again and offer it up with the 4 facing up. And the opponent can then either take it or drop and lose. And then they'll lose the game. So because this... Oh, I already rolled. So yeah, that's another thing. You have to... If you're going to... Yeah, if you're going to... Now, I have to bear off the... Actually, no. I'm going to... Yeah, and I can't play that checker on the back because I have to move 4 spaces, and black is occupying my 2 points. So I'm going to have to make any other legal move. Now, if 1, 2, 3, yeah, he got my checker right there. How about that? That wasn't especially likely, but what I was going to do in my next turn. Well, let's see. Let's see if I'm gonna. I rolled before you could only roll. You could only propose to double before you made your roll. But I'm still like way ahead in pip count compared to him. The pip count being the number of spaces needed to move in order to... Okay. So I can no longer win a backgammon. Oh, actually, maybe I can. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you could only double... Oh, you could only, bear off when all the checkers are on your home board, and if a checker gets sent back during your bear out phase, you cannot continue to bear out until that checker is all the in-play checkers. Once a checker is in the bear off tray, it is removed from the game, but all the checkers that are still on the board have to be in your... So the door opens, but if a checker gets sent back by getting hit by the opponent, it goes back to the opponent's home board. Well, for the bar first, and has to re-enter. If you're on the bar of the home board, or anywhere other than within the home board, you can no longer bear off. But I'm going to double here. Oh, look. I was so far ahead that the computer AI said, like, hey, I'm going to lose anyway. I pass. So if he had taken that, we would have been playing for up to a 2-point standard. And I was in the position to potentially get a backgammon on him. So that's why they passed. Now, there's sometimes when a human player would have passed, that the computer would, that this player didn't. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to. Actually, no, I'm going to slot here and. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I have perfect. It's not as... Okay. And he's got his back checkers out of my home board already. Winning doubles are convenient for doing that. But So I have a 3 and a 1. So... Actually, no. I'm just going to do this 1 right here. Now. Yeah, actually. Yeah, I will move the back one. Okay, let me just stretch a bit. I have to do my self-imposed posture check. Oh, did I just... I did not mean to do that. Alright, just knocked my spinner off the desk, not that I'm using it right now, but... Yeah, I'm mostly doing this to collect data on how good the easy mode does compared to the medium and hard. And I'm a super casual player, so you're not going to be seeing high-level moves from me. I'm just literally, you know, I just had that same... It seems like sometime in the 70s or 80s, every American household was issued the same backgammon set by the government. And we just, and in the 90s, me and my mom would go on picnics at the public pool, and we'd bring the backgammon set, and we'd have sandwiches after we swam, and play some ultra-casual picnic backgammon. I don't want to... Yeah. No, I don't want to... yeah, of course I can. Okay. Now, he has a pretty... It's incredibly unlikely that he'll be unable to re-enter. Alright. Will I be going to McDonald's to get a Halloween bucket? Yeah, I'll probably... Yeah, I'll pass on that. And plus, I'm sure there's... I don't know how much of a dogfight it's going to be to even get one in the first place. And the only things I eat at McDonald's are served during breakfast time anyway. And even for... And, yeah, it's just... I'm not interested enough. I'll let someone who cares a lot more than me get the bucket. Now, if I... No, these... Oh, okay, sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a second. I missed that I had one on the bar. I have a lot of... I mean, I can move... Yeah, I'll just move them over to my 5-point. Up, self-imposed posture check there. As I get knocked back onto the bar. Doggone, I'm gonna... Imagine if I put... How embarrassing. Like, my back checkers are practically... We're practically nearly in the home position again. I mean, the starting position. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there... I made that point, and... I no longer have to worry about, I love in this, like, GeoCities 1999 web page MIDI file version of the Poke Rap. There are no lyrics, so they just dump a bunch of Pokemon sound effects over everything. And it's funny because there are a lot of voice samples in this, but I don't know if the number of voice samples they had from the anime were flirting with maxing out the potential of the N64's cartridge space here. And yeah, that was clumsy. Okay. Yeah. Actually, it's not especially likely he'll roll a 1 there, so... Yep, right back to where I started from. Or worse. I mean, there's not much preventing him from re-entering, so that was not as, like, yeah, got him of a move as it might seem. I mean, the more checkers, from, in a sense, like, it could almost be like the more checkers the more I send to the bar, the more likely, at least I protected that 1. Yeah, the more checkers I send to the bar in this position, like, so the more chances he has to hit one of the blots I have down there. which there's now one fewer of, but yeah, it's just not ideal. But I can make my my 5 there, or rather my 4. There we go. And one, two, yeah, let's and I can make that point there. There we go. And 5. Okay. I'm guessing. I don't know how conditional, I guess you could say, the logic is in this. Like, if it's not, it's just automatically not going to pass a double unless X, or it will automatically accept a double if Y. I'm not sure if it works quite like that, or if there's more of a dynamic aspect to it, where it may or may not. Okay. 1, 2. I'm playing with fire. Oh no, I got burned. I played with fire and I got burned. Okay. But I struck back. But I'm playing with fire again because there's a... Okay, good. He danced. He couldn't re-enter. And hit my 2. My 2 there. Okay. Okay. You danced again? Come on, let me get a 2. Yes, I got the 2 that I needed. Okay. Alright. Now, let's see. You danced again? I keep... I'm doing the same thing that I do with items, and now we were gonna finish this match and then move on to the next part of the stream. I keep doing the same thing with the doubling cube in Backgammon that I do with the items in Mario Party, where I just roll automatically and I forget, darn, I meant to do something before I actually made my roll, because you have to use the doubling cube before you roll. Alright. Now, I'm gonna double. He passed, I win. So we're gonna finish this match and then move on to the last part of the stream. One, 2. No. Let's... Yeah, let's, There we go. Now. Up, doubles. Yeah, I wasn't... He could have hit my, my blot down there on the lower board. But I'm not savvy enough to say that that would necessarily have been the mathematically correct move. Okay. Let's... No. I want to get this one somewhere safe. See, if you had rolled slightly differently there, okay. Oh wait, no, excuse me. No, okay. I'm gonna use both of our moves to knock him on the bar there and get a checker out of the opposing home board. And get him out of the home board. Okay, he made the 7 there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I just thought of something interesting. No, I just considered something about my physical layout of my streaming setup. Like, playing this game, like, put my brain in this perfect spot where, like, streaming, I'm thinking, like, I could do that with my monitor. And I would like that a lot, but that's something I'll have to deal with probably far from now. Just looking at all the moves I can make. Yeah, I'm not gonna be aggressive now. Yeah, we could put him. I almost tried to make the 5 there. Like that wouldn't have been a legal move, so it prevented me from doing so. But yeah, I did. The whole point is I wanted him on the 6, so it could be safe, relatively. Now I know I'm going to. And we're going to move the next one there and make our golden point. And he's probably going to be able to re-enter, but there's no way. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yikes. Yeah, played with fire and got burned again. And man, I'm getting beat up here pretty good. But I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna. He has a good chance of re-entering here and hitting me. But he re-entered without hitting me, so can't get that back one anywhere. But you know, it's funny. Last time, I feel like he was in very hopeless situations, but actually took the double. But I guess those weren't quite doubles with a risk of a gammon or backgammon. Yeah, actually, no. And then hit, now that that one spot is protected. Dance, that's what I was hoping for. And will he managed to get back in? And will I just want to get all the checkers on my home board, and then next turn I'll start by doubling. Oh wait, this is the Crawford game, excuse me. Yeah, the Crawford game, Yeah, I forgot I was at match point. When you're at match point, the you cannot double. The cube is removed from the game. So, if the opponent that's trailing in point count does win that, then the following turn it's typical for them to immediately double, because if they lose that game, they're going to lose the match anyway. So at that point, it's typical for them to double. They call it a mandatory double, but you're not legally required to. You're not actually legally required to double. It's just like mathematically it makes sense. Now there's certain mind games that you can play strategically to, if you're the trailing player after the Crawford game, not to double once the cube's back in play until later on in the game. But I'm not. I'm just a picnic, poolside picnic backgammon player. I'm not into the deep mind games, playing for high stakes, and such like. Okay. If the cube was available, I would definitely use it, but I'm most likely going to win a gammon. I'm way ahead in pip count. Actually, I want to do an experiment with my actual board and dice later on, and I wanted this board position. Actually, I'm just going to take an actual physical photograph of the board position, because it's a lot easier to access than the photos on the doggone Switch. I'm just running different experiments with different dice rolls he got, like if he could get at this point. Okay, so that's on my own time. I'm not some kind of pro as a camera set. I could set up a camera over my physical board while I throw dice and run different theoretical simulations. Okay, so he got the. Okay, so when I have singles, or aces as they call it, it's mathematically the best move always to remove the checkers from my my 1 point or the ace point. So. Oh, I'm like, yeah, I feel like it would take extraordinarily bad luck for me to not win a gammon at this point. And this will be match point, and we'll move on to the next part of the game of the stream. All right. Is he at least gonna have the? It looks like he's at least going to have the dignity of getting all of his pieces into his home board. Unless he just chooses not to. And that is game point. Alright. Gammon win. And a 6-0. I'm just recording this in my... Alright, so that was only the third actual match I played on stream, but I think it is time. We're gonna do something I didn't plan on, and I'm sure y'all are gonna like. But first, I got to update my... Did I leave the title as back? No, I did. Okay, I did change. No, that's the go live notification. We don't need that. There we go. There we go. Just update the tags, update the title. And how about, I just need to look at my cheat sheet here. What I need to turn. Okay. Let's see. 16.0. Actually, I might as well turn it over to the break screen.
The other guy wins the pot. On this occasion, the other guy wins 1 point. They reset the checkers, and off they go with the next game.
Put Stop
Use of the
music.
doubling cube is indeed critical.
All right.
This
Let
needs to
John
be
Clark
used like
talk
a
about
rapier.
Backgammon for a minute while I
Part of
adjust
your
this.
armory, and games can be won or lost by correct use of the doubling cube. Okay, we're going to look at the Crawford rule, which only applies in match play situations. The Crawford rule states that when one player reaches match point, for example, leading 6-3 to 7, the cube no longer exists. It cannot be used by either player and should
Oh,
be
he's talking
taken
about
off
the
the
Crawford
board.
rule right now.
It means that they play that game cubeless, and if the
How about-
trailer wins that critical game,
So we're going to.
he will then
Go back to
presumably
the backgammon layout for a
cube
moment.
first roll.
There we go. And we're going to play a little. No, I didn't. I actually. Why did I not? See, this is what happens when. I have to click the, okay, there we go. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I had it in the wrong section. I just got to go to window capture no, not properties, window capture, interact. I'll hang out for another 40 odd minutes and play some pinball. I'll play some comfy train videos. I played these same couple of videos last stream. They're always favorites. There's something to wind down and calm down if you didn't want to have a crazy go nuts Friday night. This is Railway with a Heart of Gold, and it was filmed in the 50s, but it wasn't released until the 60s. And this is about a railway in Wales that operates with these same locomotives, even today. And I do want to go there one day. As many times as I can get away with before I die, but...
They call her the old.
And we'll be playing Nintendo vs. Pinball from 1984.
Narrow gauge steam engine. She works on the Tallylyn Railway in northern Wales.
If I need to turn the video up, let me know. But it should be balanced pretty good.
Oldest operating locomotive in the world.
Nowadays, they are older locomotives than number 2 Dolgok that are operating in the world and in the UK as well. But at the time, this was the oldest known engine to be in operational service.
Presently, a lady asks, "What's happening, George?" "I think a piece fell off the engine." "Oh, don't be silly." So George inquires, "I say, young man, what's happening down
Actually,
there?" "Oh, a piece fell off the engine."
it says break in. I need to change that to
"This is it, Gary. Where'd it come from?"
end
"Oh, that's
in.
that comes off the,
I don't have.
the...
No, I
Oh,
could
do
get rid
without
of.
that.
I'm not playing. Yeah, I did not have the stream ready. Yeah, I guess I can get rid of break in. Yeah, I forgot that I wasn't planning to. Coming up next, and we just got to get rid of the timer. There we go. There we go. Now we're no longer inaccurate. We are now current.
The tiny valley where the railway
There we go.
runs is encircled by gaunt and silent heights, the Cambrian mountains of Wales. The reason for the Tallylyn's existence lies here.
And yeah, this is a bit. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how good this is a material because I mostly just want to stay relatively quiet and let the video do the talking.
Late here,
I'm just sort of chilling and playing pinball and letting a couple of comfy train videos that I love to watch and fall asleep to play while I play a pretty easy-going game where I don't have that doesn't take a great amount of mental
down
energy.
below, the quarryman had laid a railway to carry
And this
their
is
slate
I would
onto the
consider
mountains
this.
to the sea. When the quarries closed,
Actually,
the
you know
Tallylyn was
what?
about to be
I forgot to
demolished.
change the.
But
I know I
local
forgot to change
band of
something. I'm going to change this to
enthusiasts
just
showed up
chatting.
and objected. It's too nice.
I
and
guess
scrapped,
that
they
would
said.
make sense.
Please, couldn't we have it instead? And they could. An entire railway as a gift. They've been
Just
running it
chatting.
ever since. Simply for the joy of it.
There we go.
What sort of people are they, these amateur railroaders?
I don't know. Do I want to do...
Well, this engine
I don't know. I
driver
feel like
is an
retro would be
actor on
better.
BBC television in London.
No, you know what? I know what. I'll do it under
The fireman,
pinball.
on the other hand, is only 14.
Got some interesting,
Day in
you know,
school.
traffic coming through here when I stream under pinball. That's the general, generic
On
pinball
leave from an
category
overseas
for
job with an
Twitch.
oil company. The switchman, a bank accountant in Manchester.
There we go.
But running trains isn't all. They also serve
There
who
we go.
only
That's more
stand
like
and
it.
bash things with a sledgehammer.
No, I am kind of high score running, but
They're
it's
in the
not
switch
super
yard.
serious
Other
competitive like I used to be with
volunteers
this.
cracking down the
Yeah, I don't know if
intricate
anyone actually enjoys this or not, or... Because... I guess it's more... Maybe this is better suited towards the beginning of the stream when people have more talking to do or saying hi or this or that. Because now I've been streaming for...
A Yorkshire bus
you know, the better
driver.
part of 5 hours, and it's kind of like don't have a whole lot to say. I'll just add my commentary occasionally. Like the fact that this is an American narrator who didn't know how to pronounce the Welsh double L, which is sort of a C or a K sound, like a K sound. So it's actually like the Talyllyn Railway,
Think of.
and not the Talyllyn,
Themselves the
which is what I thought it was called throughout the 90s and early 2000s before YouTube was around. I actually heard
Now, here's a
you know
little
people
bit
from the
of
UK pronounce it properly.
with termed frequently. A caboose off the rails.
See, like they call it a caboose, but over there they would have called it a brake van. Now, the main thing I'm trying to do to get a super high score here is I already lost a couple of balls. There's not much hope in it, but what you want to try to do is flip over those cards in the upper part of the field and reveal the royal flush up there. And in doing that, you get double outlane stoppers and the drain stopper.
Things can be terribly confusing sometimes, especially when you've only just joined the Preservation Society and you're anxious to do everything exactly right.
Yeah, but I do want to get together, find some videos that you know have no copyright enforcement on them, or in public domain, or have lapsed copyrights or whatever, and you know the kind of stuff a lot of channels like will show just 24/7 with no copyright problems, and include that as maybe some streams where I just have pinball going in the corner. Like I love pinball as a just chatting game. I played pinball a lot during the E3 commentary streams. And one thing I'm really interested in is that recently there was a discovery that Hard4 Games made of Nintendo's E3 1999 press conference, which is now the oldest complete E3 Nintendo press conference that we have video proof of. Before that, I think the earliest was maybe 2000.
Exactly what they're doing. The boys in the repair shop, for example. Engines that have been pounding up and down that
So we're gonna
bumpy
let
track
this
since
video run
1965
through and call it a
all
day.
sorts of obscure geriatric complaints, and these fellows have to be ready for them.
No, it fell. We can't salvage that one.
One of the things steam engines often do is spring a leak in the boiler.
Actually, I'm just gonna let this one expire. I'm just gonna let this go and then try really hard on the next game. Let's see if we can actually beat our current top score that's saved here. Now, I've gotten higher scores than this in the past, but this is not one of them.
6 times a day, an engine stands in the main station, quietly puffing under its breath, waiting for customers. Just as people come 100 miles or more to work on the Talyllyn, so others come from as far to ride on it.
Yeah, I think this is
See
going to
the
be a
valley
good...
of the Avon Bethayou, through which it runs.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but I'm very sure he did not pronounce that correctly. No, but this will be, especially in like a lot of my Pokemon... I imagine the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet streams, a lot of those are going to be later evening streams. And I know that just the way to, yeah, I know just the way to, okay. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna take this super seriously now, see if we can beat our current high score.
Which is pretty much nowhere. Total distance, 6 3/4 miles.
I think the distance is about 7 or 8 now, because they reopened a section of track past what was formerly the last passenger station that was formerly only used for utility
Conveniently, all
and
the
industrial
stations are on the same
purposes.
side of the track, so the coaches only have to have doors on one side.
So the funny thing about having all the station platforms on one side, so there are only doors on one side. That is specifically so that if the train were to stall in some of the narrow tunnels along the line, that the doors would be able to be opened and the passengers could evacuate the train if the train stalled in a tunnel in some kind of emergency situation.
Since there's only one per section,
The doors on these coaches, you think of, if you're used to modern trains, the doors open like sideways, sliding in and out. These doors literally open outwards like a door in your house or on your car door. So that's the way that you're ensured that... Well, the first time I rode steam-era passenger cars,
finally a wheel.
or coaches or carriages as they call them over there, it was on the Bluebell Railway in 2015 when I went over there in England. And I think the preference in the U.S. was to have vestibules at the front and rear of each passenger vehicle.
Long, exhilarating
But the
mountain walk
way in the UK seems to be to have doors throughout the coach
is supposed to be
that, do I know if any British royalty rode on any of the trains you were on while visiting England? Typically royal trains, the different railways in the UK would have a specific set of luxury coaches specifically reserved for the occasion in which a member of royalty, a royal personage, would have ridden the train. And there's nothing like that on the Bluebell that I'm aware of, but on the, I think royal personages of some sort or another have ridden on some of the older coaches on the Bluebell when they, visited for publicity purposes or something. I think at some point some sort of royal personage has visited the Talyllyn Railway. But I did ride on the Bluebell Railway.
every morning. Some
I think there was a
volunteer comes down to the
London
engine shed in a
Northwestern Railway, I think, observation carriage. And that's the coach that, the owner of the railway and like the stakeholders and other VIPs would ride in. And they'd have an engine set aside for them, and they'd ride in this private coach,
2.5 hours later,
and with big wide windows, and they'd ride in this in order to take,
this rig is a construction
to observe their investment and make sure their railway was up to their standards.
yard.
So that's one of the fancier coaches I rode. Aside from on the Bluebell, I also rode on the Pullman dining train, which is what would have been the train that you would ride on
Work at it in their spare
if
time.
you were a fancy person, a first class, a high class, person traveling on business going to Paris. You would ride on this luxury dining train of Pullman dining coaches, which was licensed from the UK. It was borrowed. The idea of it was borrowed from the luxury sleeper trains, the Pullman luxury sleeper trains in the United States. And you would ride on this train and have a fancy multi-course dinner, and the train would be moved onto a ferry that would then cross the English Channel, and the train would be transferred to the tracks on the European side. That would then, the train would be attached to a different locomotive that would then take the train on to Paris. So that's sort of the fanciest, most high-class train I've ridden on, well, ever. It's actually the first it's the first fine dining experience I had where you actually had to dress up and have nice shoes and everything. And it was also the first, it's the only multi-course meal I ever had as well.
And some of these mistakes
We're nearing the end of the video, at which point I'm going to call the stream.
However,
go.
small railways generally have small accidents. The wagon will need a little repair, but the old lady goes right off to work again.
Alright. Okay, yeah, I know. I'm just thinking of how I'm going to run the next stream. Based on this one, I think I know I think I know exactly what I'm going to do, and I think I'm going to like. I think I'm going to like it. I think y'all are going to like it. It's going to be the same. It's no different than what I've already announced, but the specifics of how I may do it
The afternoon train,
might be a little different.
accompanied by the week's supplies.
There we go.
This, then, is the Talyllyn Railway and its Preservation Society. Men who have found a challenge and take a special sort of joy in answering.
I don't know how many of those derelict buildings may still be standing, because this was like, this video is like
Come alive again.
50, yeah, this video is like 60, 70-ish years old now, and this railway is still running, which is amazing. And it looks sort of old and run down now, but now it's in better condition than in 1865 when it opened.
Lifted from the pattern of yesterday and kept as a memento.
Alright, that'll do it for, so that video, let's see how long that video is. That video is... That video's 14 minutes long. Okay, that's good to know for future references, but I'm just going to drop the credits there and move on to our end screen. Yeah, so thanks everybody. That was an awesome second stream of my sort of comeback period. I would probably sooner stream... Actually, excuse me, how did I mess this up? I'm very sorry. How did I mess this up? I mean, I put... Let me see. If in the news here... Okay. I'm gonna have to fix this. We're fixing this right now. It's not Monday. It's Tuesday. The T... Come on. You can do it. U and E. E, yeah, there. Tuesday, the 18th of October at 5 p.m. I'm gonna be doing a little Mario Party and a little Backgammon and maybe a little train video too. Just, you know, the Snow Mountain Railway video this time and some versus Pinball. So there's more stuff than what I announced on the stream. But I will be back then. Otherwise, we'll probably be streaming Wednesday and then the next Saturday. But there'll be a lot of projects. I'll be doing a lot of traveling. So I probably I can't say I'm going to reliably be around till maybe at least the second week of November. But I didn't want to wait that long to start my comeback. To announce that I'm back and sort of, if there were any technical problems that need to be worked out or anything like that, I want that to happen now and not when Pokemon Violet and Pokemon Scarlet come out. I know one is one between Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and Scarlet. I know one's kind of old-fashioned theme, one's kind of futuristic theme, take on the same setting and characters, and right down to the legendaries. I'm probably gonna go with the more cyber-ish themed one, but I am going to call it there. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there. So I will see you all next time, and thank you very much for watching.